Recording in progress.
Si le pudieras dejar como a ver. Acá te toca. ¿Quién lo dice? Creo que también hay que... Sí.
¿Este?
Creo que debo cargar yo otra vez. Toma, te precede. Hace falta cambio. Que sí sea.
¿Se escucha? ¿Sí? Bueno. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to switch between Spanish and English or something like that. Welcome, everyone. So we're a little bit late, you know, because of traffic and logistic and this stuff. But anyways, we're going to start this first special session. This is a special session or the open session for our Congress. The reason why we're here, it is because of our Congress called Financing Economic Development and Growth Constraints, 70 years of Michal Kalecki influence on structuralism. We're going to start with a message of our directora of the Economics Faculty, la maestra Lorena Rodríguez de León. We are really honored to have you here with us, to join us, all these young students from so many countries. I don't want to say any particular because I'm going to forget something, but anyways.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Pues en realidad el honor es para mí estar el día de hoy inaugurando este Congreso Internacional que reúne, como ya dijo Julia, a una gran cantidad de ponentes, pero seguramente también de personas, estudiantes que están interesados en el pensamiento de Michal Kalecki, que a 70 años de esa influencia en el estructuralismo, además que en esto es en lo que se va a centrar justamente el Congreso, creo que tiene una pertinencia muy relevante, sobre todo a partir de los tiempos tan complejos y tan convulsos que estamos viviendo y que evidentemente la región latinoamericana pues también tiene no solo mucho que pensar al respecto, sino mucho que proponer en el sentido de no solo analizar esa complejidad, sino pensar en cuáles son los escenarios hacia futuro. Y creo que en ese sentido la posibilidad de contar con espacios como esto que además no solo son multidisciplinarios, son también involucran a diferentes instituciones en diferentes partes del mundo, pero también la cuestión generacional creo que es fundamental, porque estamos hablando aquí de un congreso internacional con un alcance muy importante, pero que además fue organizado o es organizado pues por nuestras y nuestros estudiantes. Algunas y algunos de ellos pues están haciendo ya postdoctorados o están incorporándose como profesores de tiempo completo, en el caso de Juan, en la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras. Entonces, eso me parece muy destacable, muy relevante y además, pues por supuesto que nos da mucho gusto que así sea, porque creemos que precisamente las discusiones y la generación de estos espacios, pues es fundamental la participación de las y los jóvenes, porque en ese sentido, pues todavía pues serán quienes a lo largo de los próximos años en la consolidación de sus carreras, pues precisamente estén dando como todas estas discusiones. Así que quiero agradecer no solo la oportunidad de estar aquí inaugurando este evento, sino agradecerles tanto a Julia como a Elena, como a Manuel, como a Juan, la organización de este congreso, a nuestras y a nuestros invitados. Siempre es un honor recibirles en la Facultad de Economía. Me alegra ver muchas caras conocidas y por supuesto a quienes no nos conocíamos, pues seguramente nos vamos a seguir viendo en el futuro, porque precisamente también esa es parte de la intención de este tipo de eventos, ¿no? El ir construyendo unas redes que son redes finalmente académicas, intelectuales, pero que también son redes de colaboración. Y esas redes de colaboración son las que permiten también pensar en proyectos a futuro y que permiten ir avanzando en las discusiones de carácter teórico, pero también de carácter práctico, en este momento tan especial y tan particular de nuestra disciplina, en el que precisamente tenemos que seguir replanteándonos los alcances y con una visión de futuro, y también pensando pues precisamente en todas estas tradiciones intelectuales, y en este caso en particular del pensamiento de Kalecki, que además ha sido tradicionalmente estudiado en la facultad, y me parece que eso también es algo que debemos de destacar. Mientras en otras escuelas, en otras facultades de economía, probablemente su pensamiento no había sido retomado con la seriedad y con la pertinencia que amerita, en la facultad pues siempre hemos sido disidentes en muchos sentidos, y en este también. Quiero agradecer que esté aquí con nosotros, acompañándonos en esta inauguración, y sé también que ha estado pues muy atento y muy pendiente y respaldando toda la iniciativa el doctor Antonio Ibarra, el jefe de nuestro posgrado, como siempre con una entusiasta participación y apoyo siempre decidido a las y los jóvenes académicos, pero bueno, en general a todos quienes integran el posgrado de la Facultad de Economía. Así que yo no voy a tomar más tiempo porque además, bueno, estamos iniciando un poquito con retraso y eso asumo mi responsabilidad. Esta ciudad cada vez es más complicada para moverse, pero bueno, ya estamos aquí y pues bueno, podemos dar formalmente iniciados los trabajos de este Congreso. Estoy segura que de ello va a hacer unas conclusiones muy interesantes que ya estaremos compartiendo también en diferentes espacios. Una vez, muchas gracias a todas, a todos, también a quienes siguen la transmisión en redes, que eso también es muy importante, esa participación, a quienes están aquí y por supuesto, una vez más, agradecer y reconocer todo el trabajo y todo el esfuerzo de las y los organizadores. Y pues bueno, para la Facultad de Economía siempre es un honor y un gusto recibirles. Muchas gracias.
Well, I'd like to introduce profesor, jefe de la división de estudios de posgrado de la Facultad de Economía, it's a long name, our professor Antonio Ibarra, who I want to thank very, very much because he is like a partner in crime in this kind of initiative for me, and it is a very, very important person, incentivador for us. Well, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Bueno, tres palabras. Sorry, in Spanish, you understand something on Spanish? Okay. I remember when I was a student in the Posgrado de Economía, I have a professor, Julio López Gallardo. Julio was a student of Kalecki, or yes, he remembered Kalecki all the time, and we have a very, very nice classroom, a group of students, and study Kalecki and Keynes and Marx, of course. And it's a long tradition in our faculty, and we know it's very important. The tradition is important for the present, for the future, and we know this session, this Congress is very important for the future of our program. And you are welcome. Thank you very much for stay here and enjoy UNAM, enjoy Mexico City, enjoy this beautiful and terrific city. But we expect that you stay a very nice time with us. Thank you very much.
Well, next, we're going to introduce our other organizer, a very important, my first approach to YSI in the world, I think so. My colleague, my dear colleague, Manuel Valencia.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for being here, especially coming from different parts and very far parts of the world. I think the interest, more than only Kalecki, I think the chance to talk about macroeconomic and development, especially about the challenges of it, it's really, really important. I think I would focus these two. I would focus these chance just to say that from YSI, we are really grateful for all of you who have been here. For those that you don't know, YSI is a network of around 23,000 members of young scholars that are trying to think economics in a different way, think and have alternative solutions for the current challenges. And I think for YSI it's also very, very important to have the chance to connect between senior and established scholars who can share some of their experience and new and young scholars that has pressing questions and new ideas as well. So that's the spirit. And yeah, thank you very much for all being here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a very interesting 3 days of conference and discussion. And yes, that's it on my side.
Yeah. Then we have my dear colleague from Brazil and the Keynesian Group Research Group of YSI, Elena Moraes.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm very happy to share these days with all of you. I thank YSI for the support and INET for the support for the event, and of course, all the team in UNAM and all my colleagues in organizing this event. It's been a pleasure, and I hope we all have great days, great discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, then we have the third organizer, Juan Odicio. Please, Juan.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Welcome to all. I wasn't expecting to talk today, so but it's a great pleasure to have you all here. The same that the people that are online following this event. We are very happy to have this conference on Kalecki at UNAM. Like Lorena and Antonio both said, the Kalecki is a great influence on some of the heterodox economists here at the Faculty of Economics. Maybe now it's not too well known, so we hope that this event helps to recover that tradition, because I think, and maybe we can all agree on that, Kalecki still has a lot to say about the problems of development and underdevelopment that are still a big issue in Mexico and in our Latin American countries, on, of course, balance of payment constraints, problems of the labor force, political problems associated with the political economy of development, of planification, of course, on agrarian issues, on inflationary pressures. I mean, there's still a lot of insights, a lot of issues that had their big influence through Julio López Gallardo. We are having a special session on that tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. So our aim, our objective is to try to bring back these kind of discussions, these issues. We are very grateful from the UNAM part that YSI co-partnered this initiative, and especially Julia, that has been the main engine of this great event. It's very, we are going to have 3 very intense days of discussions and of learning. So we are very happy to have you here, and thank you very much.
Well, finally, I'm not going to take that much time. I'm Julia. I'm the famous one. That is my introductory always, because I'm always doing things. I'm glad with all of you to be here, because for me, this person, this article, and all of you are really important. At some point, I've been reading something about you, including the young scholars, I think, and my colleagues, and I really admire you. And for me, and I think I'm speaking for UNAM, it is really important to promote this kind of events here, not only, well, because you know, we have this deep tradition in our faculty because of Julio Lopez and Horacio de la Peña and some others of their students, maybe, I hope so, like me or something, and this is, well, and besides this issue, once you became a Kaleckian, it is really difficult to do not be that passionate with all the things that you're doing. And in order to attend the current context that we are living right now here in North of America and in general Latin America, I think it is really important to bring back not only this article, but this insight, of course, regarding income distribution, social dimensions, and all the things or the ingredients that Kalecki bring here to the table for us. So I hope that this will be like the first step towards something bigger. Our sessions in these 3 days are going to be very, we're going to have a diversity of persons because we have these three places that we are going to this event is going to take place. So thank you very much. As I told you, well, I have to say it, I sent the link, but I have to say it, some of the original ideas maybe, or was from Robert Blecker, who is right now at his house, and I'm going to say in this way because he has been clear in this issue that he's facing, this health issue, you know. So I'm very honored because he has been also in touch with me. I hope to join again with him and maybe a second edition of this event because of him. Because the legacy of Robert Blecker, I think it is enough. But of course, we have another legendary figures here right now in front of me that deserves the same, you know, the same event. So that's why we're here. We have Professor Malcolm Sawyer, Professor Jan Toporowski, Gabriel Porcile, Stephanie Seguino. All of you, I really admire you. And I've been reading all your work in detail. I mean, it's in, I'm not like trying to, it's not pressure, but pressure. Anyways, thank you very much. All of you, we're going to start. But before we start, I want to invite Professor Jorge Isaac here to the front. He's a very important figure here in Mexico. He's part of the editorial team of El Trimestre Económico. Yeah. Thank you. But well, that's it. Thank you.
Buenos días, por descarte me toca el lugar de honor, pero no estaba planeado así. Agradecemos la invitación por parte de este grupo de talentosos jóvenes académicos para que el trimestre económico y en general el Fondo de Cultura Económica estén presentes en el acto inaugural de este importante congreso, que al tiempo de conmemorar 7 décadas de la presencia de Michal Kalecki en México, a partir de la publicación de un artículo memorable en nuestra revista y la conferencia dictada en el Centro de Estudios Monetarios Latinoamericanos en la Ciudad de México, promueve un encuentro académico del más alto nivel para mostrar la relevancia que tiene la obra del autor polaco en el estudio y transformación del capitalismo contemporáneo. Es conocida la significativa aportación del trimestre económico y el Fondo de Cultura Económica para la difusión del pensamiento de Kalecki en nuestro idioma. Tras la aparición en octubre del 54 del problema del financiamiento del desarrollo económico en el número 84 de la revista, en 1956 el Fondo de Cultura Económica publica Teoría de la Dinámica Económica, uno de los textos más relevantes del pensamiento económico del siglo XX. Esto apenas 2 años después de su primera edición en inglés. A mediados de la década de los 60, el trimestre económico recoge en el número 126 el artículo Bosquejo de una metodología para elaborar un plan de desarrollo, la experiencia polaca. En 1968, el fondo publica el desarrollo de la economía socialista y ya en los años 70 edita 2 libros más de Kalecki, Economía socialista y mixta en 76 y Ensayos escogidos sobre la dinámica de la economía capitalista en 77. Tuvieron que pasar, sin embargo, más de 4 décadas para que el trimestre económico volviera a coger en sus páginas textos de Kalecki. Sin duda, la instauración del neoliberalismo, así como la entronización de la corriente neoclásica y el pensamiento único en la vida pública y el mundo académico, ayudan a entender esta lamentable ausencia. Es hasta 2020 cuando en la nueva etapa de la revista vuelven a aparecer textos del gran autor polaco en la sección de clásicos. En abril, salario nominal y salario real, y en octubre, grandes corporaciones y propensiones al fascismo. Conviene recordar además que a lo largo de estos 70 años, cruzados por ese periodo de ausencia, el trimestre incluyó en sus páginas notables artículos sobre Kalecki y su obra. 3 de ellos sobresalen por la riqueza de sus planteamientos y la gratitud que sus autores profesan a la integridad personal y generosidad intelectual del polaco. De Horacio Flores de la Peña, México, el marco económico de la política e industrialización, ensayo en honor a Michal Kalecki en 1971. De George Feiwel, Planeación para el crecimiento, el bienestar del consumidor y la estabilidad económica, ensayo en honor de Michal Kalecki, un economista universal, también en 1971. Y de Julio López Gallardo, en memoria de Kalecki, estudios sobre la economía de los Estados Unidos en octubre y diciembre de 2020. Como se ve, la contribución del trimestre económico y del Fondo de Cultura Económica para la difusión y estudio de Kalecki en habla hispana es de primer orden. Para completar ese breve recuento de la obra esencial de Kalecki en castellano, habría que añadir 3 libros más publicados en Barcelona. Estudios sobre la teoría de los ciclos económicos por editorial Ariel en 70, sobre el capitalismo contemporáneo por editorial Crítica en 79 y ensayos sobre economía, sobre las economías en vías de desarrollo en 80. En los tiempos que corren, marcados por el agotamiento y la profunda crisis del neoliberalismo, por una transición bloqueada que aún no encuentra salida para materializarse, la exigencia de desarrollar el pensamiento económico, sus cuerpos teóricos, sistemas analíticos, es mayúscula. Es ahí donde la figura y la obra de Michal Kalecki cobra una singular relevancia. Para estimular la visión crítica y rigurosa del orden capitalista, para reivindicar y promover el papel de la alta teoría, o sea, sistemas conceptuales rigurosamente encadenados, capaces de combinar los niveles más abstractos con los niveles más exteriores, susceptibles a verificación empírica. Para el manejo inteligente de los métodos estadísticos y econométricos disponibles, encaminados a medir, contrastar y verificar planteamientos con valor cognitivo trascendente. Para el empleo de sistemas teóricos pertinentes que permitan el manejo riguroso tanto en el terreno lógico como empírico de categorías y conceptos que reclama el estudio de una realidad cada vez más compleja. Tal vez como ningún otro autor, Kalecki representa hoy una figura fundamental para que los principales corrientes de la llamada economía heterodoxa, marxistas, keynesianos, postkeynesianos, estructuralistas y demás, establezcan puentes y procesos de asimilación crítica a favor del desarrollo teórico y las capacidades analíticas de la verdadera economía. Reivindicar la mayor presencia de Kalecki en los programas docentes, en los programas de investigación y en el campo del manejo y la planeación de la actividad económica es una exigencia impuesta por una realidad desgarrada que reclama una alternativa cierta para el progreso social. Estaremos atentos a los trabajos que se presenten en este Congreso, a las reflexiones y enriquecedores debates que seguramente se suscitarán, con el fin de que debidamente evaluados sean recogidos para ser publicados como artículos centrales, junto con un trabajo inédito de Kalecki en español, en un número futuro del trimestre económico, donde los aportes y la huella de la singular obra de Michal Kalecki siempre deben estar presentes. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Jorge Isaac. As Professor says, the most, well, not the most, but one of the important parts in this Congress, it's going to be the contribution of El Trimestre Económico in order to publish some of the works that you have sent to us, some of them very important. But 4 or 3 or 5 central works are going to be, or maybe 6, are going to be selected into a, I'm going to say, a special issue in this journal without being a special issue. It's a special part that professor and the editorial committee gave us. So thank you very much, Professor. So we're going to start with the first and huge session, keynote lecture by Malcolm Sawyer, Professor Malcolm Sawyer. So we're going to take like a few minutes to take the presentation and all the academic stuff. Thank you.
Podemos apagar un minuto la... Desconectamos un minuto. Si prefiere entrar a su correo y se vea. Es Fecha, ¿no?
Better? Thank you. Welcome to session number 1 of our event. Welcome, and thank you all for being here. Today, we have the great honor of receiving Professor Malcolm Sawyer, who is an emeritus professor of economics at the University of Leeds, renowned for his extensive work on economic policy, financialization, post-Keynesian, and of course, collecting economics. He has been, well, a reference for a generation of economists interested in the interplay between finance, society, and development. So thank you so much, Professor Sawyer, for accepting our invitation. And so we'll have around 50 to 60 minutes of lecture, followed by Q&A. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a great honor to be able to talk about the 70th anniversary of the publication of Kalecki's Problems of Financing Development. And thank you very much for the invitation. And of course, many thanks to Julia and all the other organizers for this, putting on this conference. We, I think, all appreciate the organization and hospitality and welcome we've received for this conference. So thank you very much. Just on a personal note, I'm glad to see the memory of Julio Lopez being mentioned in the introduction, and that there are some papers on or in his memory. Apart from the connection, almost the direct connection to Kalecki that Julio represented in having studied development under Kalecki. Personally, Julio was the person that invited me first to Mexico City in 1997. So my first visit was very much organized by Julio, and I'm glad we are able to pay tribute to his memory here. Okay, the focus of my presentation is very much going to be on Kalecki's lectures on the problems of financing development. As I'm sure you'll know, was delivered in Mexico City in August, September 1953, and then published as the paper in 1955. And there are a number of subsequent writings on these issues, which I, to some extent, mention, including another lecture he gave in Mexico City in 1965. As a prelude to this main focus, I'm going to make just some brief remarks on Kalecki's writings on macroeconomic analysis of industrialized countries as a sort of a benchmark, or as a comparison with the way he approached development and macroeconomics there, and a few remarks on his time at the United Nations between 1946 and 1954. Of course, when he presented the lecture in Mexico City, he was employed by the United Nations, although, as it not surprisingly in the published version, it makes clear it's his personal views rather than those of the United Nations, because of course by the time his lecture was published, or at least published in English, I think it was published in Spanish in late 1954, but by the time he was, that article was published in English, he had left the United Nations under probably a McCarthyite cloud of, as I mentioned shortly. Okay, so I'm sure I just summarized the key elements, well, at least some of the key elements I would see of Kalecki on industrialized capitalism. I'm sure these are all very familiar to you. So the discovery of the principle of effective demand, the role of investment, which was developed in a business cycle framework. Prices, at least in the industrialized sector, set as a markup over cost in the market depending on the degree of monopoly. The adoption of classical savings function, and a causal relationship between investment and the volume of profits. A general assumption on the availability of productive capacity to meet any upswing in demand, and unit cost treated as broadly consistent, broadly constant. And as we know, this is a key element or a key difference when it comes to writing about developed economies. Though I do sometimes think that it was, although we continue to use this assumption about the availability of productive capacity, it's in some sense almost a pity that it got pushed out of the analysis of industrialized capitalism, because I think often we are constrained by, well, the economy is constrained by productive capacity, although lack of demand is also an important element. Then his idea of three ways to full employment through stimulation of demand, public expenditure, budget deficit, redistribution, and the stimulation of investment. And as he was later to write, the achievement of full employment under capitalism could be brought down to what he, I think, labeled at one point a financial trick, which was the use of a budget deficit to stimulate demand. I think significantly also this idea in his paper, the political obstacles to full employment, the achievement of full employment on a permanent basis would meet major social and political obstacles. As I find in his writings in the 1950s, he's sort of on the industrialized, he sort of played down that, although these major social and political obstacles come very much to the fore, I think, in his analysis of development. And then inadequate capacity and foreign exchange limits could impose limits on the achievement of full employment. But I think sometimes these were made, comments made almost as an aside, this when he was writing in the context of the post-war period, post-Second War period. So then, as we know, governments can finance and fund budget deficits and use deficits to secure full employment. And then, of course, his analysis of the sectoral balances between private, public, and foreign sectors were developed, and that, I think, carries over. So there's quite a number of the basic assumptions, the basic ideas on industrialized capitalism carried over, but a number of very important differences. I just want to make some brief remarks about the Kalecki at the United Nations for sort of two sorts of reasons. One is that the work he was doing there, I think, very much influenced the way he approached development and the analysis and so forth that come through in his 1955 paper. And the other is the conditions, as it were, under which people at the United Nations were working, particularly in the early 1950s, that is the McCarthyite era of the United Nations and the involvement. A number of authors have written on Kalecki at the United Nations, including two, Sidney Dell and Ibrahim Ishak, who were his colleagues at the United Nations, so give an inside view of what was there. So it indicates here, Kalecki was employed at the UN under those dates and in the Economic and Stability and Development Division. Sidney Dell, his colleague there, talks to his primary concerns were with current domestic economic problems resulting successively from the shortages of the immediate post-war period and the accompanying inflation, the recession of 1948-49, and the sequence of inflationary and deflationary events with hostilities in Korea. And what I gather from that is, the importance of inflationary implications of economic events that were coming through, and particularly, I suppose, the sources of those inflationary pressures, very much in terms of the reconstruction and then the Korean War and so forth. But an important element I thought that came out of that is that inflation was not incompatible with underemployment, when there were bottlenecks in equipment or raw materials, which made it impossible to employ all the available labor. Now, at one level, that seems almost like an obvious issue, but particularly with the development of the Phillips curve, during the 1950s, the attention was very much placed upon the relationship between wages and unemployment, and that that low unemployment would boost wages, and that would then be inflationary. Whereas the argument coming through here, I think, is this idea that it was due to the bottlenecks in equipment or raw materials or some other disruptions on the supply side, that it was also related to the relationship between the demand for production and the supply of production, rather than the demand and supply of labor, if you like. Again, I think that's an important element to carry forward, and I shall make some remarks later on in terms of how far we could carry this over to the recent inflationary experiences. He was then looking at the shift of workers from the agricultural sector to the non-agricultural sector during the process of industrialization, which very much comes through in his 1955 paper, and asked whether the supply of food to non-agricultural workers would increase as rapidly as their demand based on rising incomes and so forth. I think this is, a quote from Dallas, I remember, that Kalecki considered that a development plan for a low-income country should be so constructed to avoid these inflationary increases and so forth. I think what comes through, although perhaps I hope I'm not reading too much into it, was the notion that of development plans for individual countries, and that individual countries should be trying to chart out their own path to development, and how far they could go in terms of ensuring that development was in their interest, as it were, rather than being imposed, the construction being imposed from outside. Here, I won't read them out, but some notions of the involvement of McCarthyism in the operation of the United Nations. There were, I think, FBI agents operating inside the United Nations, and Ishak, who was at the United Nations, working there at the time, about this atmosphere of terror hanging over the Secretariat, and anyone daring to criticize or even failing to cooperate with McCarthyism left himself open to the serious accusation of being a communist or a fellow traveler. I will leave it up to you to insert the current equivalent of that with the Trump administration and the imposition of the censorship of ideas and so on. And I quote here from Jan on how Kalecki was an obvious target as a nominee of a communist government and with his well-known left-wing sympathies. After his return from his lecture in Mexico City, he was then invited by the Mexican government to return and for the United Nations to permit him or provide him the opportunity to come back, but that was blocked. And then it's indicated here as a reorganization of the UN, and as part of that, Kalecki was presented with the option of accepting a sinecure with a lower status or resigning, and he decided to resign with effect from January 1955 and returned to Poland. So the discussion of Kalecki's lectures is here divided into three parts. In each case, I want to indicate the main features of Kalecki's lectures and relate them to some degree to others of his work. I think, as we all know, Kalecki is well known for his laconic writing style. And when you go back and read these lectures, you find there's often ideas expressed in a couple of sentences. And you think, oh, that's a great idea, but often not a great deal of follow-up to that, but and you wonder whether, looking at it, whether when it's not putting too much into that idea, or and how important it is. But the lots of, I think, nuggets of ideas in this in the lecture, which are sort of would be well worth developing. But there is this some sort of frustration, I think, over the laconic style, but it does give us plenty of opportunities for developing his ideas. So I would summarize the contribution here in the problems of financing development that come from, firstly, the resource constraints on investment and the development, including agricultural supply, the external funding and balance of payments issues which could arise, and also I think there's the underlying theme of the institutional and political limits on the development process. And again, reading his lectures and what follows, come through the great importance of the various institutional and political limits on the development process. And I think I think many of these we can carry over to almost the present circumstances in terms of the institutional and political limits on the transition to a low carbon economy, or the transition to an economy which is ecologically sustainable. I think an important point in Kalecki's approach was this perspective that the causes and problems of unemployment in what he termed underdeveloped countries differ fundamentally from those in developed capitalist economies. In the capitalist economies, unemployment arose from the inadequacy of effective demand, and during periods of depression, unemployed resources coexist with underutilized equipment. And as I mentioned, the unemployment issues may be soluble through what he termed the financial trick of using budget deficits. But unemployment and underemployment in underdeveloped countries results from a shortage of capital equipment rather than from a deficiency of effective demand. Now here I just want to, in a way, mention or use the terminology which comes from the circuitist approach and the writings of authors such as Augusto Graziani, and this distinction between initial finance and final finance. And in a way, it's almost a bit tricky because talking about finance in this sort of context, it's in the title of Kalecki's talk, but the term finance, particularly between initial finance and final finance, can be used in many different ways. And you said, so as we know, in a sort of circuitist approach, the emphasis is on that initial finance has, in some sense, to be provided in order for firms to set up and carry out any kind of production. And whether this is production itself or then investment has to be financed by the availability of credit and money in the first instance. And then, of course, Graziani and others have gone on to speak about final finance or funding as the liquidity collected by firms either through selling commodities or issuing securities. And the role of final finance is to make it possible for firms to repay their bank debt. When related to the financing of investment, investment finds its final finance in saving. So I think it's as it were, an important feature, this important feature that investment finances itself, and perhaps one I should say, investment funds itself, or at least investment will generate the savings which are equal to the initial investment in a private closed economy. So I think it's an important aspect of this that Kalecki argued there are no financial limits to the volume of investment, no financial limits, The real problem is whether the financing investment does or does not create inflationary pressures. Now, one could indicate that the initial financing of investment obviously requires that the banks and others provide the necessary credit. But clearly the banks can potentially, as in other places Kalecki hinted at, can block off any expansion of investment by refusing to provide the necessary credit to enable the firms to undertake the investment. But provided that the banks will play ball without the limit, and I think Kalecki mentions this, in effect that the government can insist on the banks providing the finance, then the investment can take place. And so it's sort of an internal matter whether that finance is provided, but once the initial finance is provided, then it continues. And so that's an internal decision on that. Just as an aside here, I think one can make a comparison between the way we could also look, and Kalecki indeed himself looked at also at public expenditure. Again, public expenditure can always be financed through the central bank, in effect, so that any limit on there is no limit on governments being able to initially finance public expenditure, because they can, as it were, at the limit, insist that the central bank provides the necessary funding. A clear point which modern monetary theory makes and maybe overemphasizes, but they make that point. And again, we know that once the expenditure takes place, then that generates tax revenues and so forth, and through various routes would provide the necessary funding. So we finished with this quote here at the end, that if reserve capacities are non-existent or insufficient, then attempts to secure full employment in the short run may easily lead to inflationary tendencies in large sections of the economy, because the structure of equipment does not necessarily match the structure of demand. Now then, I think a further element in this, and again, there are parallels in when some of the things which Kalecki wrote in the context of industrialized countries. But in this particular case, it's the notion that there is inelastic food supplies which cause a fall in real wages. And if and when money wages respond, an inflationary price wage spiral develops. Now, there is in some of the Kalecki's writings, he talks about, I think it is true inflation, by which he means that effectively the economy is operating in a region where the unit costs of production are rising, so that if there's an increase in demand, prices will rise relative to cost, and hence real wages will fall, and then there will be a response in terms of workers seeking to protect their real wages, and that develops into an inflationary spiral. And I'll give a quote here. This is from Kalecki in 1944, in terms of about not pushing demand beyond the full utilization of labor and equipment. Now, in his lecture, Kalecki postulated that the inelasticity of supply in agriculture, the monopolistic tendencies in industry, emerge as important factors underlying inflationary effects in the course of rapid economic development. The rise in productivity may mitigate inflationary pressures, but at the same time, it slows down the rate at which surplus urban labor is absorbed into industry. I think one of the things which came through to me in the lecture is the time frame within which things are operating was often not very clear. So some things which could could happen very, very quickly. So if there's an increase in the demand for food, the price of food could rise very, very quite rapidly. Others, which you were talking about here, like the monopolistic tendencies, would, if they were operated, would operate over quite a long period of time. And also, one could say that go back to some old debates in terms of, do the monopolistic tendencies mean a higher price to wage ratio, or does it mean a rising price to wage ratio? And I think Kalecki wasn't clear over that. So he carries over from what he was carries over, but he had been writing in the early 1950s about the rise of monopolistic tendencies, also in the context of stagnationist tendencies, and that profit margins would tend to rise. But these, I think, operate over quite a large time scale. Now, in industrialized economies, I think over the last maybe 30 years, we have seen these monopolistic tendencies again coming into play, and we have seen some rise in profit margins as a result of that. But how far it affects inflation maybe is a different story. It's operating over an income distribution over quite a long period of time. But the general proposition is that these factors would tend to lead to a rise in prices relative to wages, and then wages could may respond to that depending upon bargaining conditions and so forth, but respond to that and lead into an inflationary spiral. I think it's again has some modern current relevance in terms of the way in which Kalecki considered two possible what he was labeled counterinflation measures, namely taxation and credit restriction. And because he argued that if taxation and credit restrictions were used to lower the level of demand on the basis that would then ease inflation, this would not really carry through. So he talked of direct and indirect taxation falling on lower income groups that mean a reduction in real wages, which could potentially feed into an inflationary spiral depending on the ability of workers to defend their real wages. And that led him to argue really that for taxation on taxes on capitalists, because that could be met by a reduction in their consumption, in part by a reduction in their savings. But as a result, to a given level of investment, it will correspond a lower level of industrial employment, because less will be produced for capitalist consumption, and this will reduce inflationary pressures caused by a rapid development. Again, I think we find echoes of some of these arguments going through in terms of, again, the present situation, at least in the UK and elsewhere, in terms of almost the need to tax the wealthy rather than tax workers, because the effects upon inflation and so forth. And then Kalecki also talked about the main inflationary influence of credit restrictions exerted through depressing the level of investment. So the inflationary pressures which he thought could result from rapid development would be kind of cured by slowing it down. So there's this trying to use credit restrictions to address the inflation, that kills the investment that one would hope would be coming in place. And he argued that already credit restrictions would play an important inflationary role only when directed against the hoarding of commodities. I'm tempted, as it were, to make this comparison with the recent experiences as when global inflation rose from supply disruptions, and monetary policy in the form now of interest rates would have little effect upon such inflation. And there was also, I thought, then the issue of to what extent the inflationary pressures which were rising from energy prices could be addressed by income support and such measures. So this leads us to this notion that the key to, with quotes, financing a rapid growth, it relates to the obstacles to the expansion of agriculture, such as feudal ownership and domination of peasants by money lenders and merchants. This is a quote from a chapter which Kalecki contributed to Essays in Honor of Roy Harrod, which was a more, which was a presentation of many of the same ideas, but in the context of a growth scenario rather than a static one. And then I put up here some of the, a quote again from Kalecki, this is now in 1968, about the obstacles which present themselves through feudal or semi-feudal relationships and the need for substantial institutional change, the need for the development of agriculture. And he says there, it is perfectly clear that overcoming the resistance of such institutional change by the privileged classes is a much more difficult proposition than the financial trick which solves the problem of the effective demand, crucial for the developed economies. Kalecki also made rather similar arguments in respect of the use of taxation as a counter-inflationary measure. Says the only strictly financial problem of levying taxes on high-income groups and non-essentials is also very grave because of the influence of vested interests upon government, because of the difficulty of overcoming tax evasion. Again, one is tempted to carry this over to the current situation of the problems of financing, of levying taxes on high income groups, which many of us would see as necessary. I put up this quote now from Kalecki, just because I just find this, the use of the term sound financial policy appealing in this context. You know, a sound financial policy must be based on two very different elements: a correct proportion between the rate of growth of national income and that of the supply of necessities, and a policy of taxation which will restrain the consumption of non-essentials to the extent that would provide sufficient resources for the financing of investment. I'd just like to make the contrast between the way the usual sound financial policy is used as a euphemism for austerity and balancing budgets, and this is a rather different proposition, rather more conducive one, I think. So later, Kalecki identified three, overlap with what we've been talking about before, identified three important obstacles to raising investment. The first comes from the reluctance of private firms to invest. The second, that there may be no physical resources to produce more investment goods. But then he wrote that even if the first two difficulties were overcome, there is still the problem of adequate supply of necessities to cover the demand resulting from the increase in employment. And I won't read out this quote here, but about the three problems of the intervention of the government in the sphere of investment, with the aim of securing planned investment, planned volume and structure, and the overcoming of institutional barriers to rapid development of agriculture, and adequate taxation of the rich and well-to-do. And I would suggest we could replace the development of agriculture with tackling climate change and move towards a low carbon economy in this, and it has certain echoes with what's the current problems that we face, or some of the current we face. And I think one of the, I sort of indicated before that there's a sense in Kalecki that in a closed economy, there really would be, in a way, there's no insurmountable problems of financing and funding investment as we usually understand that, and that the issues would relate to the supply of investment goods, but also the development of the supply of agricultural goods that would meet the demand for food and necessities. But that was, of course, in the context of a closed economy, and then we then have to think in terms of the significance for when it's in an open economy, and the what Kalecki talked of as capital imports to bridge the difference between investment and private savings. What I find in this is I thought it was a theme which goes through Kalecki, that each of the ways in which capital funds could be secured from abroad may be helpful, but they all present problems. And Kalecki is the quote here: the way of financing economic development, that's through the import of capital, presents problems which are frequently insuperable. Now, in his lectures, and elsewhere, he goes through the different ways in which funds could be secured from abroad, you know, direct borrowing, or through effectively multinational investment, inward foreign direct investments, and others. But each of them, it kind of presented problems. And what then comes through, I think, is that an alternative to securing these capital imports would be to try to improve the terms of trade. But I would suggest that although Kalecki mentioned this, gives it quite significant importance to improve the terms of trade, he doesn't say very much about how these terms of trade will be improved, or what the significance of that was. And maybe this is also where we move over to the structuralism, and was this really an argument for something like import substitution industrialization, or was it for tackling issues of the possible decline in the price of commodities? I think the other point which came through to me is that really the ways in which, if a country was securing funds from overseas, what constraints does it place upon the path of development in the country concerned? How is this going to react with any national plans for development? So, as I say here, he looks at these three forms of the import of capital, but he then says, grants look to be preferred from the purely economic point of view, because they come without interest, but the political strings attached to such grants may adversely affect the whole course of development. So, thinking in terms of conditionality on grants and the effect that would have on development. In a sense, in a similar vein, talked about the direct inward investment. This is, of course, right in the early 1950s, I suppose, before foreign direct investment really got going. But it's, again, Kalecki's objections relate to the economic and political aspects of direct investment. These include production of raw materials for export, which may not be in line with the reasonable plan for the development of the other resources of a country. And the big concerns engaged in this investment will inevitably acquire considerable political influence upon the governments concerned, and the consequences of this may easily vitiate the process of economic development. So again, I think it's this was recognizing that importing capital funds from abroad may be necessary, may be needed, but that this will have a whole range of effects on the way that development proceeds. And you also almost get a hint that, well, would it be worth it, as it were? Is it going to destroy what you want to achieve by having to resort to this? And then they made comments about the loans developed on purely commercial terms, and I suppose the issues here are sort of well known in terms of relatively high interest rates, the build-up of debt, and the repayment of interest on loans, and whether there will be development from the investment to produce the exports and so on, which would then generate the money to repay the interest. And as we see at the end of this quote here, this is from a paper he wrote in 1966 with Sachs. In the long run, the capacity to service the foreign debt depends on the progress achieved by the recipient country in export promotion and import substitution. Others here may know about Kalecki's writings on this, but I didn't say a great deal about how this import substitution and that would actually proceed, but also then the sense that the need for those sort of policies to accompany borrowing from abroad. I then go through some remarks from Kalecki and Sachs. I think in the interest of time, we'll go through that. I think there's one other significant aspect which I think came out in some of his other writings, is the stress he places on how are the funds which come from abroad going to be used, and how can it be ensured that the additional resources which are flowing in, they make sure that those aren't used basically to finance luxury consumption. Again, points which we are fairly used to thinking about now, but the idea that you've got to pay attention to how the funds are used and not just welcome the arrival of funds, make sure they go into investment and not into additional consumption of luxuries. So just to summarize, I think there are quite a lot of other aspects in Kalecki's lectures and his subsequent writings, but these which I come see as coming through as particularly important. So as I say, the prompt is a paper on the problems of financing development, as often is in this very laconic style, and there are all sorts of remarks made which I think are of significant interest, but are maybe not developed. I think Kalecki was concerned, as many should be, over development in terms of what might now be seen in terms of inclusive growth, particularly because in the context of his writings, then the protection of living standards and protection of real wages by the increased supply of necessities and not supply of luxury goods. The central features are that the limits on investment required for development are real resource constraints, fairly obviously, and the availability of foreign funding without adverse future consequences. And there are no financial limits in the formal sense of the volume of investment. The real problem is whether this financing of investment does or does not create inflationary pressures. And I think this is important in the way that even now we talk about particularly the financing of budget deficits, but more generally, that it's looked in terms of the financial implications of say, a higher public expenditure or higher budget deficit, or lower ones. But the issues really are not particularly financial limits; they are availability of real resources. So I think this is the aspect which kind of shines through to me, that the real problem is whether the financing of development or financing of investment does or does not create inflationary pressures. Inflationary pressures come from imbalances of supply and demand. And I think this also carries over in terms of, again, looking at recent episodes, or maybe almost all episodes of inflation that we've had in the post-war period, which have arisen from often certainly imbalance of supply and demand, and often disruption on the supply side, or aspects which operate on the supply side, whether it's the commodity and oil price rises of the 1970s, or it's the recent disruption of energy and food supplies in the early 2020s. And there are a number of papers around which indicate that the sources of inflationary pressures come from these imbalances between supply and demand, and particularly disruption on the supply side. Now, again, that may sound an obvious point to make, but I think it does take us away from saying, well, inflation is to do with low unemployment and workers' excessive demands and so on. And it comes very much from the supply. And as I indicate here, its focus was on development and its implications for inflationary pressures. But I think his analysis can be carried over to other situations where these such imbalances arise. And those inflationary pressures cannot be dealt with through monetary or credit policies, but rather through the growth of demand for necessities matching the growth of supply. And the developments of the agricultural sector, which in the context of the 1950s, Kalecki placed much attention on, would require major structural changes in agriculture. And the social and political resistances to taxes on the rich and to structural change in the agricultural sector would be enormous. And then balance of payments issues raised their head. And Kalecki saw many issues in the funding of current account deficits and the import of capital, as he called them. He saw improvements of the terms of trade as a key element. Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sawyer, for your lecture. Now we have some time for Q&A. I will collect some questions from the audience. Do we have any candidates for the first question? I think you can wait for the microphone. Oh, I have one there.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Malcolm here. And my question is the following: I think, as Kalecki stated, the problem of developing economies is not solved with a financial trick, but how to avoid the inflation due to rapid growth. So my question is, what are the chances of this possibility? And also in Mexico, we don't have progressive firms, to use a concept used by Steiner, but we have the problem that they don't pay taxes. So it reduces the sources to finance development. It's not a problem to add taxes, but to make that capitalists pay taxes. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor. Great presentation. My question is also related to his question on inflation, but I'd like to highlight that there is a paper written by Jayati Ghosh, and she was making an interpretation of Kalecki inflationary pressures on development process. And she wrote that according to Kalecki, rapid but balanced economic development is so rarely to be found in practice, and instead two extreme patterns are more commonly observed among undeveloped economies. Either no inflationary but slow growth, or relatively rapid growth accompanied by violent inflationary pressures. So since I read that, and since I read other Kalecki writings on inflationary pressures and development, I had the idea that nowadays we have very strict macroeconomic policies that are focusing on inflationary control, and we don't have any room for development anymore. So especially in Latin countries, and I see that a lot in Brazil as well. So I'd like to ask you, what are the alternatives for that according to Kalecki ideas? Thank you.
I think it's on right. Thank you very much for the very enlightening presentation. I have some questions regarding the last point that you present here. I would like, I have read that the balance of payments constraint was already presented by Kalecki and was hinted. But on the text that you present here for developing economies, he seems to take this approach talking about just the terms of trade. Do you think his balance of payments problems of developing economies of Kalecki is quite, I mean, that is a good complement, the balance of payments constraint, terrible law, and so on, for Kalecki's perspective. On a second point, and also related with this one, Kalecki focuses on a rapid development and the inelastic supply of food. However, there's a note and that it's not well developed, which is the fact that developing economies do not have the endowments of machinery and so on, which also creates inflationary pressure. And I think this point was not really highlighted as one of the main inflationary channels. And I would like you to, this is just a little bit of comments, if you can talk a little bit on that, on those underdeveloped topics of Kalecki.
Well, you stole my point, but just to add something else, yeah, my concern is the relation between the balance of payments constraint and the Kaleckian ideas for the periphery, because you know that in the structuralist tradition, this point of the balance of payment constraint and the pattern of specialization are extremely important for understanding the problems of development. But I would like to highlight in the line of the point that Emmanuel made, is that even nowadays, the main anti-inflationary policy in Latin America is appreciating the real exchange rate. If we look now at Argentina, the advances that Milei succeed to implement against inflation are related to a very strong appreciation of the real exchange rate, which is giving serious problems also in other parts of the economy. So how you put this problem within the Kaleckian perspective on development?
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer these questions very well, but let me just make a few points. I think the point you make about the availability of investment goods and this, but I think that's right in terms of, and I didn't mention it here, but I think there are aspects in Kalecki's writing where he does mention that, but I don't think he doesn't seem to place as much emphasis on that, but I think it is a particularly important one, and I'm not sure how Kalecki would respond to that in the sense of the technological requirements in order to be able to produce the investment goods or the management management know-how and so on. And I think I'd have to go back and look to see what he said about the role of foreign direct investment. I have the feeling that his maybe at the back of it, that the direction that foreign direct investment was taking in would be into oil or into commodity production rather than into industrial development. So I don't, I'm sure I'll get this right, but I don't think, would it be that at that stage foreign direct investment would be related to the development of supply chains or the production in the lower income countries of what was then going to be sold into the. So I don't. Maybe that was not an issue at the time, but I think that is a sort of a weakness perhaps in the this how the investment goods would be provided in a way. And I think I'd have to go back and read what the comments he made about, for example, the Indian economic plan, which I think was. I'd have to go read it more thoroughly than I have done, but in terms of the looking there again at the development of the agricultural sector rather than the development of the other sectors, and he talks indicated at places of the direction of development and the direction that was going to take, but I don't get a sense coming through really of where those development plans were coming from and how they would be implemented. I think the issue was raised about the payment of taxation, and once I've not got any much to add to it, other than noting the enormous problems which have arisen and the difficulties which now confront perhaps all countries, not in collecting taxes or ensuring that there's not the shifting of profits between one country and another and to reduce tax payments, but ensuring that there's sufficient taxes is a major. And one says one could almost repeat the points that Kalecki makes about the big obstacles to this and how one comes over this. I mean, at the session yesterday, we were talking about, again, in terms of changing the financial sector in a similar sort of way. And to me, I get very pessimistic about this because if people do have, certain groups have political power, they're not going to release it. So how do we get to that stage? And the developments of the last 20 or 30 years do not fill me with any great optimism about this, that we are going to be, we're in ruled by oligarchies and they're not going to be very keen to pay taxes. So I just don't have it. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer to your question other than that. Again, the real exchange rate. I don't really have any response to that. What did strike me in reading this is that Kalecki did seem to be implicitly operating in essentially in a fixed exchange rate, Bretton Woods period, and as such, other than making reference to the terms of trade, as such, he didn't, as far as I know, but how is that exchange rate maintained even in nominal terms? So I'm afraid I don't have anything to by way of answering to that.
Well, thank you very much. It was an awesome presentation. I have, well, a lot of questions, but I'm gonna stick to two of them. That the first one has a little bit to do with what Manuela and Gabriel said, and I was thinking, trying to put what Kalecki was saying in the 50s with the things that were being debated at the time in Latin America. And I think there were a couple of issues that he was a little ahead of the discussion here. I thought mainly of two things, maybe there are more, but one is the political aspects of the development process and these constraints, these political constraints to moving on to continue these financing efforts, and how are you going to tax the rich? Because at the time at ECLAC and these developmentalist economists, there's like a very optimistic, a little naive idea of the political process. The other thing has to do with the foreign capital, because in the 50s, still Prebisch and the whole team is thinking more in terms of savings shortages. I mean, they are calling the foreign capital as foreign savings, and this is very different from the view that Kalecki is saying, that you have to treat differently the problems of savings and investment and the problem of foreign investment. It has nothing to do with savings limitations. It has to do with other things, with capital equipment. It has to do with foreign resources. Do you know if because my impression is maybe he's answering some of the debates that at the time were held when he came to Mexico and with other Latin American economists. Was an open debate? Was he talking to other developmentalist economists in Latin America? So he was trying to make these points. Of course, they are made from his own theoretical scheme above all, but he's pushing and reinforcing this subject. So maybe I'm thinking this has to do with this debate. I don't know if it existed or not, but there are at least these two very different points of view on the development process in Latin America. That the things that were said at the time were not were similar, but not exactly the same as Kalecki was saying. So maybe this has to do with some debate with Latin American economists. This is the first question. And the other one is this whole theory for underdeveloped economies, because it was very insightful for me to see. I know the paper and the things that Kalecki said when he came to Mexico, but you complemented that with all these other texts and articles to provide, to kind of put the main elements of a more complete theory of underdevelopment problems. And my question here is, do you think this applies to Latin America specifically, or is he talking about underdeveloped economies in general, peripheral areas of Europe, Asia, and so? Thank you very much.
So I will add a question from my own. And so I am particularly interested in how economics influence politics in Latin America, and so I think it complements one question. Do you think that there are any insights we can take from Kalecki's theory in the current situation of a financialized world, where our democracies are being so influenced by international capital, particularly? So connecting with other parts of your work, extrapolating a bit the lecture, I'd like to hear a bit from you. some insights that we might take, some policy implications that we might take from all of this theory connected to your work more broadly. Thank you.
Before answering that, so I could go back to the question before. I realized I didn't answer your question. So could you just indicate what you were saying before, and I'll give a response to it? Yes.
It was about inflation control. That is the main focus of macroeconomic policies nowadays, and it leaves no room for development.
Yeah.
What are the alternatives for that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think I would first agree with what I think was an indication there that growth and development typically will involve a certain degree of inflation, and to hold back, which I think was a point in a way which Kalecki was making about the use of credit restrictions, that in order to address, if you use credit restrictions to address inflation, then what you're going to be doing is to undermine the development you want to take place. I don't know the recent work on this, but I remember a time when there was discussion about what was the relationship between growth and inflation, and that over some range, growth and inflation were not particularly related, and that one could have a relatively high rate of inflation without undermining growth, and that growth would involve that. I suppose from the, I don't know whether from the point of view of Kalecki, what is the kind of trick which would ensure that that inflation does not undermine real wages? I think that was in terms of the agricultural sector. So does that come down to much more than saying how are real wages and productivity growth going to be aligned with one another, and as a basis, and so that if insofar as there is inflation, that is price inflation coming from the development process, how do we limit the extent to which that then feeds through into wage inflation, such that wage inflation is no more than price inflation plus productivity growth? So what form of incomes policy, social concord is required for that? And clearly, in industrialized countries, we moved quite a long way away from that notion, so that we are, I would say, in many countries now, at least limiting growth because of some sort of, well, at least limiting the level of economic activity because of fear of inflation, and because we now have no mechanism for really addressing inflation. The one, if we use sort of interest rates or something like that, it's counterproductive in terms of the effect it has on economic activity. So we haven't yet, we've moved a long way away from developing the institutional arrangements which would allow that to happen. But to quote Kalecki again, it would require that there have been fundamental reforms in the capitalist system in order to have full employment compatible with without inflation. But I think we're some way from that. So I don't think I really have an answer to your question of how, other than observing that I think that relatively rapid growth will involve inflation. I was also one who also asked the question for industrialized countries. We have to move away from rapid growth anyway for environmental reasons, but how to get a growth of human development, to say, which is both consistent with resource, with the effect upon the environment and with inflationary pressures. Okay. I think I'm going to have to answer your question by saying I don't know. I just wondered if I could ask Jan if he has any knowledge of Kalecki's interaction with Latin American economists in the 1950s, particularly.
He most certainly would have come across them in the course of the discussions at the UN. And I think he was certainly addressing he was addressing their kinds of strategies, but I think very often he did not do this directly, and in fact I will be talking about this tomorrow in my presentation, because actually I think in retrospect there was a confrontation, but I think neither he nor the Latin American economists were quite aware of it. The other the other economist of significance and of relevance at the time actually was another Polish development economist, Paul Rosenstein-Rodan, who was very influential in this the approach to development of the disequilibrium approach to development, which was which Rosenstein-Rodan publicized. But Rosenstein-Rodan himself was actually knew Kalecki's work, and there were connections with him. But I think in the case of Latin America, I think Latin America, there were political problems which I think Kalecki suggested in his with his concept of intermediate regimes, but I think this didn't get to the full bottom of some of the political peculiarities of Latin America. I think with questions of, for example, Peronism and the role of the military in political life. Kalecki didn't touch on this, although he blamed, he was very extremely critical of that military influence, as were obviously the people like Prebisch as well. But I will be talking about this issue tomorrow, so it's a longer issue. Thank you.
The other question you asked about was the geographical range. I'm just thinking in some of most of the papers of Kalecki on development don't seem to be geographically specific in, so they are general issues to be across what we might now call the global south. But so in that sense, and the end of the way, I suppose, looking at it in terms of the particular reports on countries which we have available, or countries which had invited Kalecki to some extent to provide advice. So there's, I think, there may be more than this, but in his the collected essays on development, which has Che Guevara, at least in the English version of the book, has Che Guevara's photo on the front. But it's he has, I think it's Israel, India, and Cuba. So those are the countries he specifically, I think, has some comments somewhere that none of the countries he went to took his advice at all, and in one or two cases there were riots followed or something. But I'm reading the Indian one. It looked again, the main emphasis seems to be on the agricultural side. I haven't gone into the Israel one and Cuba one touching that particularly. So it doesn't seem to be country specific, although I think again, I mean, Jan mentioned Kalecki on intermediate regimes, and he mentions a number of countries from around the world that fit that pattern. So in a sense, it not that it's sort of a universal, but that it's not confined to any particular geographical regions of the country. I'm not sure I can give much of an answer to your question in terms of the influence of economics and politics, other than what comes through, I think, from here is this notion of the major political constraints. But I don't think that Kalecki really talked much about how to overcome those political obstacles. I mean, there was probably some of his writings in the during the time of the Second World War on socialist planning, as in terms of particularly the UK and European. But again, he didn't. I don't think they talked much about political organisation and how, but for the need for the power of the workers to be increased in order to carry through these things, but not how that would come about. So I'm sorry, I don't really have much of an answer to your question. And I think the other one, in terms of how far we can carry through what Kalecki was saying about the limits which come in terms of the balance of payments issues and the funding issues, how that can be developed in terms of the current sort of situations, in terms of well, I suppose issues like currency hierarchies and the costs of borrowing effectively in foreign currencies and those sort of issues, and just more general flow of funds. But that means there's a development of I think the developments there would not be inconsistent with what Kalecki would say, but you have to obviously take into account the institutional changes which have taken place.
Thank you so much. Julia, you have a question? Okay, so I'll just take Manuel first, and then Julia, and then, okay? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
it's just curiosity. I don't know, I found it interesting why Kalecki never, didn't talk a lot about price controls, specifically when talking about food supplies and elasticities and so on in this development process. Thank you.
Well, I have I don't know if, well, yes, it is a question, but your point of view about one thing that, well, I was listening to you. Well, I've been trying to integrate a critique, if I can say, that for me Kalecki develops about or against the early structuralism regarding Lewis, Rothstein, etc. For me, Kalecki is, of course, an structuralist, but speaking about supply labor for the excess of the supply or the constraints. For me, Kalecki tries to fix this bottleneck in developing economy in order to reintegrate the operativity of demand, the demand, I mean, to restructure the cycle, if I can say. And in the other place, Lewis and all of them, what they are argue, it's just focused about supply bottleneck, and that's it. And it is not related, or it not has to be related with the effective demand or all these transition mechanisms. I'd like to know, what do you think about this? It's maybe kind to try to know if you think maybe the same, because today there was Antonio was talking about, for example, Julio López Gallardo, who is our most important figure speaking about the structuralism, Latin America structuralism, and Kalecki, and he argued or he developed the critique between Lewis and Kalecki very well. So I'd like to know more about it.
On price controls, in the context of development, I don't know that this maybe I haven't read it all, but Kalecki talking about price controls. The time when he talked about with both price controls and rationing was in context of the UK economy during the Second World War, when he was employed in Oxford, the Oxford Institute of Statistics, and was involved in those who were writing commentaries on the economic situation and so on in the UK at that time. And there are a number of papers there where he was very much really quite a strong advocate of rationing rather than using the price mechanism, but or letting prices rise, so involved in price controls. But I don't know of anything else outside of that. So and how that might be affected. I don't think I have an answer to the question about the relationship between Kalecki and Lewis, but I think I could. I don't know whether you read the papers of I think it's Valpy Fitzgerald, who wrote a number of papers on Kalecki's lectures, and I think he talks about the differences there. But that's I think all I could say. One in the Cambridge Journal of Economics, another one in a development journal. But yeah, the idea that the approach to the sort of surplus supply of labour was rather different in the two, but that's all I can say.
So I think we can wrap up this session. I'll just make a few announcements before we go. We have a 15 minutes break now, and then two parallel sessions with presentations by our young scholars who are here and some who are online. And then we have a lunch break and we come back again. Okay, very well. Okay, yes, one of them is an English session that will take place here, and the other one will be held in Spanish in Posgrado Economía, which is, we'll be all together in the break, and we can take people to the Spanish session, and the English session is here, okay? So thank you very much again, Professor Sawyer, for your presentation. Thank you so much.
How much time would you like? Oh, that's all? Okay. I was gonna give you 7.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll just give you a 2-minute warning.
We can open.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, there's a loop here.
We're starting a few minutes late. There are discussants for each of these. One is here. Where are the other discussants? Want to come on up? And Leticia, is she here? Okay. I would just encourage you all to come up if you'd like to. Discussants as well, sure, absolutely. Hi, everybody. Bienvenidos a todos y todas. Welcome, everybody. This is a session on, excuse me, capital, labor, and policy, structural transformations in emerging economies. We have one online speaker, and we'll go in the order that they are in the program. So first, let me introduce Pedro Micusi from the University of Campinas. And the title of his talk is Capitalists and Austerity, a Kaleckian Theoretical Examination. And so I'll give the floor to Pedro.
Okay, hello everybody. I will start my presentation called Capitalists and Austerity, a Kaleckian Theoretical Examination. And maybe the presentation is not very linear, but I hope I can be clear with the ideas I would try to develop here. So the presentation is divided in these 6 topics, and the introduction and the other topics here. First of all, I would like to say that it's, in fact, it's a preliminary theoretical framework for research that I'm developing in Unicamp. It will be empirical research, but first of this empirical stage, I'm trying to make a theoretical framework and discussion. So I will present these ideas. That it's the central question is basic: why do capitalists support fiscal austerity agenda? And the motivations is that restrictive fiscal policy are being adopted in Brazil since 2015 by different parties in the left and in the right. And apparently, it's an agenda with a notable capacity to unify the different sectors and fractions of the bourgeoisie or the capitalist or the ruling class. This is the motivation of the research. So this part in theoretical examination is part of the research as a whole. I will start with this quote of former Argentinian President Cristina Kirchner, former Vice President as well. In an interview in 2022, she was asked by the interviewer, asked, like Lula, you say that businessmen made a lot of money during your government. If everything was going so well, why did they turn against you? And the former president said, the Polish economist Kalecki answered it very well. It's a cultural issue. There is a feeling among the boss, among the capitalists, that if the union is very strong in a robust economy, there is the empowerment of the workers. So even when it benefits them in economic terms, it sets off an alarm. There is something about the need for the worker to be below and the businessman to be above. So I bring this quote here because I think in the mind of some political leaders and mainly in heterodox economists in Brazil and other countries, they try to explain the restrictive fiscal policies and even like the impeachment of Dilma Rousseff in Brazil using Kalecki. So I will try to present this idea here. So the reason in irrationality, the idea here is beyond alleged technical errors in the management of macroeconomic policy. The idea is that fiscal austerity responds to political interests of economic agents and specific social classes. So this is idea that is presented, as you know, in Kalecki's political aspect of full employment. And as I said, in others, economists that understands that if the austerity policy was not a technical necessity, then it must be a political reason. And the reason, all these authors, I think, they go to Kalecki and it's his argument in political aspects of full employment. Well, as you know, in political aspect of full employment, a paper published in the 40s, Kalecki presents two main reasons to the capitalists support austerity policies. One, it's maybe what I can call in here an economic reason, and the other a political reason. The economic reason is that a decrease in government spending will decrease the aggregate demand, will rise unemployment, will decrease the workers' bargaining power, decrease then the wages, and will be possible to increase profit margins. But also besides that, there is a political reason that's pointed out by Kalecki that say that it's an issue of political strength of the class, because when you cut the spending, the employment level in the economy will depend on the state of confidence of the capitalists themselves. So maybe in this interpretation, the capitalists will give up a situation of economic prosperity to strength in political terms, as the Cristina Kirchner said. So if the capitalists are interested in reducing aggregate demand and increasing employment and increasing strength in political terms, the question that I think we can think about it is what instruments do they have at their disposal to achieve this goal? And in this question, I think there is a divergence in the literature. In one hand, some authors in Brazil, following an interpretation of Kalecki made by the sociologist Wolfgang Streeck, is that capitalists have the means to act directly through the economy to reduce the aggregate demand. So they can coordinate themselves to make investment strike. And in this interpretation, it emphasizes the power of class coordination. In the other hand, other authors like Serrano and Suma and others, reference authors in Brazil and of other schools of thought, they say that the capitalists themselves don't have this power of class coordination, and they quote Kalecki that when Kalecki said, well, the capitalists can do a lot of things as a class, but they do not invest as a class. And I think we can understand it like it would be enough for just one entrepreneur to aiming to retain a greater market share, to not join the investment strikes through this desired effect not be achieved. So regarding this question, I will make a personal consideration. Of course, all the presentation, the research, the theoretical research, it's personal, but I think maybe you can understand if the hypothesis of investment strikes is excluded. Of course, the political dimension is even more important, and maybe we can think that in this case, the capitalists depend themselves on the state because they want to achieve a goal that themselves as a class cannot be able to do. So they want to reduce the aggregate demand, but they do not have the political means to do that. So depend on the state to reduce the aggregate demand. If we develop this thing or this idea, maybe you can understand the austerity not as a policy of reducing the state in the economy, but even it's a reduction of the spending of the state in the economy, but it's precisely an action of the state in the economy. I mean, as I said, they want to achieve this goal, reduce aggregate demand. They do not have the means as a class to do that, so they depend on the state to do that. Okay, this is a parenthesis. After that, so if I found that some authors in Brazil are trying to understand the reasons of the austerity, the political support for austerity by the capitalists, I went to two authors that published interesting books recently about austerity. One is Mark Blythe's Austerity, the History of a Dangerous Idea. It's a very interesting book, but I think in this work, the author the reflection do not allow us to advance on the reasons why the agenda of austerity is capable of unifying different sectors of the ruling class, or even why the financial sector supports austerity. But I think that Clara Matei's Capital Order, she gives us more interesting ideas about this issue. First of all, Matei, I think she spans the notion of austerity, not just the fiscal austerity, but also the monetary austerity. It means high interest rates, and industrial austerity, that is labor relations and flexible labor relations. The idea presented by Matei in her book is that the support of bourgeoisie for austerity occurs because it's a way of the ruling class to maintain or to reestablish the status quo or the class structure as a whole, what she calls as the capital order. So I think Matei's vision is not incompatible incompatible with Kalecki's, but there is a change in focus because while Kalecki highlights the class-based nature of austerity policy, but its focus on the response of capitalists in a situation of strength of workers' bargaining power. In Matei's vision, there is a more generalized reaction of the bourgeoisie to class-based political actions that would put the capitalist order into question. Maybe the put the capitalist order into question is not exactly the idea of Kalecki. So, but reading Matei, my question maybe to her idea is that, okay, but that's explanation that can be generalized to different historical and geographical cases, or even the capital order is in check since the 80s when fiscal austerity has been implemented in different countries all over the world, and or in Brazil, if we think since 2015, 2016, maybe the capital order was not in check. But at the end of the book, Matei also ends up using original Kalecki interpretation to explain 21st century austerity. So it's not incompatible vision with Kalecki. Then I'm going to the conclusions. Just before that, I would like to present idea of this economist called João Sayad that tries to develop Kalecki interpretations of political aspects of employment, and he argues that it's not right to argue that the capitalists make it's like a political control at the expense of economic returns. So he argues that there must be a special asset that is capable of, at the same time, offering income to the mass of capital's wealth without this impacting the increase in aggregate demand. And this special asset is the public debt. So if the aggregate demand is shrinking, the capitalist needs a special asset to the mass of wealth. So the debt system in this case, in this interpretation, allows capitalists a refuge for their investments, guaranteeing the appreciation of capital without running the risk of strengthening the labor. So it's they remain in the system money prime described by Marx. And maybe in this interpretation, Sayad allows us to extrapolate Kalecki formulation to monetary policy as well. Matei has developed arguing that there is a need for a minimally restrictive monetary policy that guarantee refuge to capital in a moment that the aggregate demand is decreased. So the preliminary conclusions, it's that, well, first of all, as I hope I try to present, the Kaleckian arguments mobilized in political aspects of employment are present in much of the literature that examines capitalist support for austerity in Brazil and in contemporary capitalism, as we can see by Matei's interpretation. That as well as Kalecki, Matei and others authors highlight the coercive and disciplinary dimension of austerity as an instrument of political strengthening of the capital over labor. And I think that is a very strong hypothesis, but I think how it can be possible to empirically demonstrate this hypothesis. Okay, if we have a consensus on that, how can empirical research can demonstrate this hypothesis? But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to ask the discussants to give their comments after the three speakers. So I'd like to turn to Miguel Enriquez de Carvalho at the Universidad de Rio de Janeiro, my Portuguese is bad, sorry. And he's online, so Manuel is going to help us reach him. Hello, Miguel. Can you hear us?
You're muted.
I'm muted.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon or good morning. I'm trying to put my presentation online. Everyone can see my presentation?
Yes, you can put it in full screen mode if you want.
It's okay now?
Yeah, we can see it. It's clear.
Okay, so I will start, okay? So,
Miguel, just to let you know, you have 15 minutes, okay?
Okay. I will try be quick as possible. So, good afternoon for all the presentators and the audience. I'm very happy to be here. It's a sorry I can be in a presence alive, but I try to be as best I can online. So this paper, I did with my other partners, Caio Pimentel and Guilherme Halusca, Caio from Unicamp and Guilherme from Unila, about the BNDES, the Brazilian Bank of Development experience. Né? The title of the article, the paper, it's Critical Review of the Analysis of BNDES Performance and its Role in Promoting Investments in Brazilian Economy in the period 2007-2016. So the scope of the paper, it's very circumscribed. And we try to do this discussion in a perspective of effective demand as proposed by Kalecki. So the main objective of the paper is discuss the relationship between investment, finance, growth, and economic development in two visions on this subject. One of them is from Luciano Coutinho, former president of the bank between 2007 and 2016. And how we're gonna see, he relies with his vision on autonomous investment approach.
Miguel, I think
okay.
that you haven't changed your slide. Yes.
You can hear me?
No, we can hear you. The thing is that you're still in the first slide. You haven't moved, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Now you are. Let's
now it's
try.
good. Now it's good.
Not okay. Let's go again. So one of the visions of Luciano Coutinho, the second one, it's our vision, and we are supporting the Sraffian supplier approach as development by Serrano. And we discussed the role of the government in a vision of growth based on the principle of effective demand in the short and the long term, in the two visions. And the third point is discuss the role in both perspectives of BNDES or in general in Bank of Development. So Coutinho's view, let's talk quickly about his view. Coutinho, I don't know if everyone knows him. He's a very important Brazilian economist. He's a full professor in Unicamp, in Economics Institute, and he was former president in BNDES between 2007 and 2016. And he's highly influential economist and he's an important influence on the Brazilian economic debate in the left field. He calls himself as a heterodox economist, and in particular in the Workers' Party, Partido dos Trabalhadores, né, PT, and he has a very important role in the Lula administration too, his second mandate, and the Dilma first mandate administration. And in his view of the Bank of Development, he has a view that the investment, the Bank of Development can push the investment. The financing can push the investment. That's his point. So in the other hand, he has a vision that the state finance capacity is restricted because the tax burden in Brazil, in his view, is high compared with the middle-income countries. And the other hand, the presence of high public deficits or an increased debt to GDP ratio has a negative consequence on the determination of interest rates, capital flow, the exchange rate, and the inflation rate. So he has a fiscalist vision that the government needs to take care of his finance. And because of this, Bank of Development maybe can do an important role in development, growing the finance of investment, and from this way supporting investment. So, and when we analyze his performance at the head of the BNDES, we see that the credit of the bank grew up very fast in his administration, especially from 2008, from 2016. I put off the graphics of the presentation, but the paper I sent to the committee of the organizers, they had many graphics to try to put this. But I think this table is enough to see that the disbursement of the from BNDES is the last line. We can see that from example, from 2008 and 2010, the disbursement of BNDES grew up 70.8% a year. And it is still growing in 2011 from 2014. And in our review, is the main tool the government used to try to put the economy to grow from 2011 and 2014, because from this moment, the public spending, they are decelerating very quickly, but the disbursement of investment is still growing. That's the main point of Coutinho's view. We try to cut the government spending, and in the other end, try to grow the financing from BNDES to investment of private sector. So, in his view, the disbursement it's enough to support investment, but we are criticizing this view. And from our point of view, Luciano Coutinho has some problems, his view. And in our opinion, view is still influencing the government of Lula, okay? So first of all, the BNDES operations cannot be taken as an expression of the long-term finance gap in Brazil. They have a diagnosis that Brazil has this gap, and it's not clear that how you can measure this gap of finance in Brazil. The second point, that the diagnosis that investment can lead the growth process completely autonomous in relation to demands observed, it's problematic, because this view, for our critics, we are criticizing this view, the private investment capacity especially is not sensitive to degree of the utilization of installed capacity, as states by Kalecki and, more important, Steindl. So in the Coutinho's view, he don't take in the important consideration for utilization of installed capacity. It's trying to be that the finance it's enough to expanding finance, it's enough to expanding investment. And in the last point, the notion that the public sector is subject to internal finance restriction also is mistaken. And in this point, we are with sharing the same view as the finance, the MMT, we can call that the thesis that the government not restricted in his own currency. The view as Abba Lerner stated in the 40s, and Kalecki also shared this same view of the capacity of the government spending in his own currency. So in a different view, we are trying to see this problem from the perspective of principle of effective demand in the short and the long term. So in this view, the non-capacity creating autonomous expenditures leads the economic growth, like household investment, residential investment, consumer finance by credit, discretionary consumption expenditure, government expenditures, and sports. So the government, in the other hand, it's not financially restricted. So this is the 2 points that, on one hand, the government's not restricted. So on the other hand, the investment, private investment, he is induced by the non-capacity to create autonomous expenditure. And this point, these 2 points needs to be considered when you trying to think about the role of Bank of Development. So in the last slide for our review, and this is the main criticism, the role of development, it's not replace the expansion of public spending as Coutinho thinks, and he discussed this problem a lot in a paper from 2017. But instead of this, the role of development bank, it's not on demand, but try to sectoral role, or if you can think about in this view, in a supply side of economics, trying to choose some sectors and making policy, industrial policy to promoting, for instance, export and replacing imports. And the financial constraint, it's very important to peripheral economies as Brazil. So this is to fix it, this point. It's very, very special, not special, but very particular view we have about the BNDES, because it's very common, very often in Brazilian heterodox debate, that is that BNDES can explain or can support alone the growth of Brazilian economy instead of public spending. And in the other hand, the development banks can be used to avoid external indebtedness by replacing credit operation in domestic currency when it's possible. So in the external constraint, BNDES can be very important. And in the other hand, we can talk about the other common tasks of development banks in sectors. We can see externalities or social goals, and it's okay. But to expanding the economy, the capital formation alone, it's not the function that BNDES can exercise. And we think that we try to demonstrate in the paper that the experience of development bank, the BNDES in the Coutinho's time, shows that the limits of this view of Coutinho, and in our view, this view is still important in Brazilian public debate. Sorry about my English, I'm distracted, but that's it. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Miguel. That was great. I'm going to just stop this for a moment. Okay, thank you. Our next presentation is by Sanchari Chowdhury from Colorado State University, Gender Labor Market Dynamics in Post-Reform India. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sanchari. I'm a PhD student from Colorado State University. And today I'll be presenting a chapter from my dissertation. I work on South Asian economies. So this chapter focuses on gender labor market dynamics in post-reform India, structural decomposition analysis of manufacturing and service sectors from 1993 to 2019. So just to give you some context to the Indian economy and what motivated me to do this work, So a lot of times in the international trade and development literature, we end up hearing the argument that a lot of neoliberal policies that were implemented in global South economies um, have kind of provided better job opportunities for women, have led to higher earnings, better living conditions. And I'm kind of dissecting this argument from a more structural perspective, looking into gender labor market outcomes. So this paper focuses on the Indian labor market. I have plans to extend that to look into some other South Asian economies which has similar structural features and similar time frame for implementing these neoliberal policies. So the argument is that impact of expansion of traded sector, more export-oriented manufacturing, and foreign capital flows could provide additional employment opportunities to women, potentially with low opportunity cost. However, there are some potential cautions that should be taken in terms of looking into these higher capital inflows and um, higher flexibility in terms of trade and finance. Could lead to more gender job segregation. It could lead to concentration of more female employing jobs in less productive low wage industries. This phenomenon of women losing out in terms of good jobs in high technology and medium high technology sectors is related to the gradual industrial upgrading of manufacturing sector in open and globally integrated developing countries. So a lot of gender and feminist economics literature has been focusing on this in the recent decades, and there has been this consequent sort of discussion about declining labor force participation in the South Asian countries. So most of the analysis, most of the literature talks about a bunch of supply side factors, for example, the focus on childcare and non-market household duties as typically feminine duties in this patriarchally very conservative economies, or women having disadvantage in terms of access to resources, capital, credit markets, marriage responsibilities. So my work kind of tries to look into the question of declining female labor force participation and also gendered labor market sort of shifts from the neoliberal era, more from a demand side perspective. So my work does look into a bunch of factors, and a lot of these are motivated by some prominent works that's been done in the literature. So there are some cultural factors. However, most of the factors I'll be talking about here will be very structurally related to the global production chain and also global changes in terms of trade and finance. So looking into the IMF imposed trade liberalization measures that were taken in the early 1990s, and I'll give a brief historical backdrop of how it was implemented in the Indian economy. It led to a gradual integration of the economy to the more global markets and led to more international trade flows, lesser reduction in tariff protection regimes, and circumstances under which the labor market was significantly impacted. So some prominent work that's been done in the literature, in the feminist economics. I'm not going into the details of it. A bunch of this work is by Professor Seguino and my advisor, Professor Bernstein. So a lot of what I'll be talking about is motivated by that. And then work by Tejani and Milberg and Tejani and Kuchera, which focuses on these sort of structural changes and looks into more structural decomposition stuff. So I'm borrowing their methodologies a little bit too. So going into the historical backdrop, there has been 3 phases of liberalization. So if you're looking into the post-independence India, it has kind of it was sort of limited in terms of restricted external flows. There was focus on national self-sufficiency, 5-year industrial planning, which was mostly driven by import substitution policies, not much focus on export orientation, huge focus on government planning, authorization, and there were excessive trade regulations in the name of licensing system. So in the second phase of liberalization, there were some movements in terms of these restrictions, external commercial loans, short-term borrowings and deposits, and then low investor confidence led to more market-oriented reform policy responses consisting of exchange rate depreciation, easing restrictions on foreign capital inflows, but still there were sufficient restrictions until 1980s. It was around 1990s when there was a significant balance of payment crisis, which led to external imposition of liberalization reforms based on IMF prescription. So 1990 onwards, there were 5-year plans through which these liberalization efforts were significantly implemented, including transition to market-oriented exchange rate regimes, relaxing trade restrictions, move towards more current account convertibility, opening up of capital accounts. It was really the plan period of 1992 to 97 that significantly imposed these liberalization reforms. And since then, the restrictions have been lifted. There was this huge reduction in the tariff rates, and also the import licensing were cut down significantly. So my work looks into the time frame of 1993 onwards, which was the neoliberal policy implementation era up till 2019, pre-COVID. The methodology focuses on disaggregating the women's employment into two factors. One is within industry effect, the other one is reallocation effect. So looking into some of the numbers of how labor market trends have been looking like from 1990 onwards in the neoliberal era, we see that the top panel is female employment as in the services, which is the green bars, and then we have female employment in the industries, which are the red ones, and then female employment in agriculture, which are the bottom blue ones. On the right-hand panel, we have male employment in all three sectors. And just by look at this, it's kind of evident that over time, service sector employment has increased somewhat, but the manufacturing employment somewhat remained not too significantly different over these years, especially for women. So that's something that is against these argument that neoliberal policy implementation have provided sort of increased employment for women. And this figure shows that the state of the domestic markets might not have been well equipped to realize the expected gains immediately after liberalization. So there was a drop in total employment in the 8th plan, which was immediately when the neoliberal policies were implemented. And then beginning of the 9th plan, which is around this 1997, 98. Employment started showing an increasing pattern towards the end of 9th plan, so there has been some recovery after that. So, and then this figure shows trends in total and female employment in manufacturing industry in India during 1993 to 2021. The total employees, as we can see, has increased sufficiently, but the female employees have remained somewhat at a flatter level. It has not changed much during this time frame. And then there are some more data. I'm just going into the results. So my data is taken from industry statistics database, and it looks into 2-digit manufacturing data for total employees, female employees, and then also looks into data on value added and productivity. I borrow my methodology from these papers by Tijani Kuchera, Piper, and others. So structural decomposition analysis is used to identify structural shifts based on industry classifications. So in terms of women's employment, these are the two main effects that I'll be talking about. The first is the reallocation effect. The second is the within industry effect. The reallocation effect kind of talks about the employment changes or shifts because of the contribution from changing global production or secular shift or changing structure in the economy. So mostly production changes in the economy. Within industry effect talks more about the gender composition of employment because of women's relative participation in individual industries. A lot of times it is an indicator of anti-female bias existing in specific industries or sectors. So this is the methodology. I'm not going into the details of this. So there are some major results that I've found, and I don't know if the numbers are visible, but this is the immediate post-reform period, which is 1993 to 97. And I've used these year groupings depending on the major significant world events. For example, 1997 Asian financial crisis, 2001 to dot-com bubble. So these are the structural breaks of the years that I've looked into. So this is the immediate post-reform period where we see that the high technology and medium high technology industries, which are the top ones, were not ready to take advantage of the flexible employment and productivity gains immediately after post-liberalization. The negative reallocation effects are observed in a few of these industries, which kind of talks about the shifts in the production did not help in terms of employment gains for women much. And I also have the female employment share, which talks about which industries are more heavily employing women and which are not. Then there are some other tables which are showing these patterns for the upcoming years. So this is the year grouping for 1998 to 2002, which shows like low productivity industries have not achieved very high productivity growth, showed negative reallocation effects. And then we also see that in a lot of these high productivity and medium high productivity sectors, post-reform structural reasons and sudden exposure to global competition did not lead to much gains in employment. Female employment shares remained constantly high and even increased in recent years in low productivity sectors such as tobacco products, wearing apparels, textiles. So if we are looking into all of these female employment shares, these are the mostly above average employing sectors. And female employment has remained significantly high in most of these sectors. So some of the conclusive results that we find that the employment gain of women in manufacturing industries over these years have not been significant despite trade and capital markets being open to liberalization. It could be because of the preference for male workers or anti-female bias existing. And then from the data trends and decomposition analysis, one can suggest that the employment shift and concentration of women workers were significantly focused in low productivity services and industries. So I could not show you the results from the services, which I'm still working on. Again, in the Indian context, the services sector is very, very important in terms of looking into employment patterns. And there is this hypothesis that a lot of these shift from agriculture shedding employment has been towards low productivity service sectors, which kind of falls in line with premature industrialization argument by Burton. And then further exploration could include some of the other South Asian countries and comparisons with them in terms of looking into how existing trade patterns and exposure to global markets through trade and capital markets openness would influence the demand for labor. And I'm a little upset about that, but I'm working on building up a model on this, which kind of helps us to understand the structural changes and macroeconomic shifts during era of globalization and how appropriate implementation would lead to more identification of the factors that are important in terms of these gender dynamics. I'm still working on it, so I couldn't show you the model yet, but any suggestion would be really, really helpful for me to develop this. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Okay, we're going to have our discussants, and we will start with Manuel Valencia.
I think I will take the 7 minutes that you offered.
Okay, I'm going to give you 7 minutes. All right, good. You're a tough negotiator. Discussing Pedro Micusi's paper. So,
Okay, yeah. Well, thank you very much. The 3 presentations were really interesting. Thank you very much, Pedro, as well, for your presentation. I'm going really quick because right now some ideas came out, like from actually knowing where you put emphasis. But reading your paper, I really would like to highlight an original framing because I think that what you want to analyze, it's a very good idea to actually present Kalecki's perspective and maybe sharing with other theoretical frameworks. Very good. Like right now that you're doing like your theoretical work, I think I really like this framing. Also, that you present Brazil in a global context. I think that's also worth to highlight. You're engaging in the discussion. You cite many papers. I think there are some others like Correiros or some perspectives on why the Brazilian crisis in 2015 that are missing in your paper. I will also add it on. Yeah, I think that you are more engaged with the investment strike perspective, which I think that's a very compelling argument. However, I would still insisted on that. Where I have seen this most developed is Serrano and Suma. And yeah, however, I will go straight to the aspects that I think that it's worthwhile considering again. I don't know if austerity is actually unifying because you have many sectors in the economy. So there are some sectors more state dependent or finance that wouldn't agree with this take, right? So I would go more like in detail, more to the concrete, then come to the abstract again, starting from that point. Because I mean, you can buy the argument that austerity for class conscience can be something, let's say, shared by the capitalist class. However, who are those capitalist class in Brazil? And in this sense, I just come back to this paper of Kalecki on intermediate and social regimes, where he actually goes to the social classes, the most important social classes that he considers for developing economies. For the case of Bolivia, for instance, that he does. I think that's one of my inspirations for this comment. Also, on empirical grounding, I don't know if you have seen these papers of the road regime of Acaro and Potusson and others. I forgot. I will give you more. But recently, since 2016, there has been a very important paper on road regimes where they try to knit together, let's say, like the dominant social blocks and Kalecki and post-Keynesian perspective. This was followed by many post-Keynesians celebrating this relationship with political economy. I think this is worthwhile highlighting because on the other side, I don't know if Matei's perspective and Kalecki is really problematized in the sense that I don't know if they actually share the same result or you can get to the same point using both. You know, like I didn't see that discussion on your paper, and I think it's different because as you highlighted here, one is talking about full employment, and the other one is talking more like mere open class struggle, right? So yeah, that's another thing. And on that sense, my last suggestion would be to focus on the different economic policies, the political economy of the economic policies, in the sense that you have different sectors that will be would have different outcomes, like that will be benefited or affected depending on the exchange rate, for instance. So there's a whole political economy on that, also on the fiscal policy, also on the monetary policy, and on the wage policies. So yeah, but again, I really like the framing. I know that you are starting. So yeah, I think that you have a really good way ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really fast. That was good. Okay. The next discussant we have is Enrique Butura Paiva, discussing Miguel's paper.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, I'll try to be brief also. So Miguel, very interesting paper and contribution, I think, to the debate. I think I will try to be helpful in what I can. I think in some points, first, in the abstract, maybe could be interesting to state the supermultiplier perspective up front, because then you have a very narrowed focus, like to interpret this very specific case from this point of view. So that becomes very clear, unless this was your strategy, like to come to it a little bit later. Also, about the literature review, there is a broad literature on the role and effects of development banks. Maybe you could have touched this because this is somehow inserted in this debate, your contribution. Then I know in some post-Keynesian groups, the supermultiplier is seen as somewhat controversial, which I think then this kind of work is excellent to spur debate, to like contribute to theoretical progress. So this is like an excellent contribution to make. So I'll try to cover some potential areas of potential criticism that I think will help this work to be more convincing to a broader audience. So I think my suggestions will go in this direction in general. First, when you review like Coutinho's perspective, I think you could maybe shorten some passages in there or reduce quotes, because this is some points are redundant a little bit, because I know you want to give evidence of his point of view, but at some point you use more space with this, and you could have used a little bit more with supporting the supermultiplier perspective, you know. Okay, so some points which could raise objection or hesitation in some readers, some groups, can you hear me? Some groups of post-Keynesian economists would be most likely to which extent could some components of aggregate demand be truly autonomous from income, like in the course of longer periods. So when you talk about government spending, household consumption, including household consumption financed by credit and residential investment. So this could raise some kind of objection to which extent is this really autonomous. So maybe you could have spent a little bit more space discussing this or giving more argument more carefully. Exports, on the other hand, would be like more a point of agreement, I think. Then on some other parts could also be a point of objection when you say that interest rates do not impact the level of investment. So because if you have like different investment projects have different expected profits. So if you change the interest rate, then you have some projects not being so attractive anymore. So unless you are working with one good model, so homogeneous good, then this would, beg some more clarification. Okay, however, like a point of broader agreement would be that interest rates as inflation control instrument is mostly exogenous to the government indebtedness, at least when it comes to investors' trust in default or risk of default. So this would be more, but broader agreement to be explored. And also then when you say like page 20, according to this approach, investment would not be sensitive to interest rates and would not be restricted at aggregate level by the availability of finance. From Kalecki's perspective, so yes, investment decisions might not really be sensitive to so sensitive to investment rates because he's like looking at long term investment rates mostly, and it's considered fairly stable. But on the other hand, availability of finance could be a serious restriction. And also, if you include the principle of increasing risk, then you can have also interest rate effects. So if you could cover this kind of, some readers could have this perspective in mind. So you could like clarify a little bit how your position is, either why is it in stark contrast, why you see that things are otherwise, or okay. And also the empirical part, my time is running up, so I'll try to be brief. Some conclusions feel a little bit too strong given the data evidence. I'm not saying that that you won't have like enough data to show this, but sometimes, for instance, in chart 4, when you have annual growth rates of GDP and private investment, then you say this is in line with the super multiplier perspective, but it could also be seen as in line with the investment-driven perspectives. So you could explain a little bit better why this data pattern supports more your perspective than other perspectives. And also in chart 5, for instance, you see a lack of correlation between the data that are showing. And at some point, one could readily think of alternative explanations. For instance, one could have said, oh, okay, the private investment would have fallen more had it not been by BNDES actions. For this kind of objection, someone can readily raise. So if you cover this a little better, I think you could be more, your arguments would be more robust, maybe more convincing. So this is what my contributions are in this direction. But anyway, congratulations for helping to spur debate, and I think you have a very important point.
Thank you very much. And now for the discussant for the last paper, we have Leticia. I'm just moved this, excuse me. Leticia Aragao de Sousa Ignacio.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, Sanchari, congratulations on your paper. I do believe this is the kind of paper we needed to read and to develop more in the literature, because we don't know much about how industrial employment are directed to women in general, and in also different structures. So I would really like to highlight that this is very important for us and for gendered economics. And I think your research has key findings that it's important to highlight throughout your text. For example, there's one part of your survey review that confronts the literature directly. For example, when your model confronts that literature, because it says that there is an anti-female bias in industrial employment for women, especially in those sectors that are less capital intensive. This is the literature saying. And your research, your method shows that it's not necessarily true. Not for India, and in the case, as I'm Brazilian, I think about Brazil all the time, and I would say that not for Brazil either. So this is a very important point that I don't see in the literature, and your paper addresses it very directly. So this is important to keep up. Another thing that I noticed is that your methodology shows that women's presence in the industry is always sensitive, but it became more sensitive after these new policies after the 90s and in international trade. This is another thing that I would highlight as it doesn't happen only in India, because it happens in other countries that are structurally similar, such as India, Brazil, and other Southern Asian countries that you highlighted as well. But I think we lack the discussion of the social factors that impact this anti-female bias in industrial employment for women. And it feels like only structural discussion, but we know that there are lots of social factors that should be addressed, and we don't do this enough. This is very important, and we know that the impact is huge, as you showed. And one thing that made me have this idea was looking at the graph that you presented here that showed that industrial employment keeps growing throughout the time, but female employments are stagnated over time. This is very important, and it should be addressed more directly on your paper. I also have some questions, but I will focus on the comments. And my next one is specifically focusing on the similarity. Your research and your methodology shows, according to other countries, such as Brazil, as I noticed, but you also pointed out some countries such as Nepal and Bangladesh. But you talked about it briefly, but I think you have a big research agenda on this topic because these countries are similar, as you noted, but we don't have enough research on that as well. And maybe your model could be applied for those other different cases. And as I said, it would be very important for us to understand how female employment in industry works in specific kinds of countries. Another thing that you said, I will read this the sentence, is that you wrote, a pioneering study explores feminization trends in some countries since the mid-80s, focusing on Southeast Asia and Latin America. The studies observes that export growth in developing countries is associated with feminization in some countries and defeminization in others. This is one thing that I read before, but only after reading your paper, I had the question like, okay, but what is the difference between the countries that showed different trends towards feminization and defeminization? This is something that we needed to understand, and that I think the methodology you are building helps us too. So my last comment is on premature deindustrialization, that this is an important aspect on these countries. It's an ongoing phenomenon, but I only read it at the final remarks of your paper. I think this should be addressed right in the beginning, up front, too. So I have some questions about it too, but focusing on the comments, I think you have a big research agenda to develop, and coming back from the beginning, this is an important paper that we needed to have, and I totally believe that you are on the right way to make it more clear for us and understand all about female industrial and structures of this kind of countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. We have about 15 minutes for questions or comments. I don't know if there is a microphone, and oh, there is. Great. So if you have a question or comment, feel free to raise your hand.
Yes, thank you very much. All of them very interesting papers. On the first one by Mikusi, I wonder if you could be more precise about what you mean by austerity, because there's this fiscal austerity, this monetary austerity. Also, it's not the term I find sometimes is sometimes used loosely. Then to the second paper, Pimentel, Carballo, and Haluska, I was missing from your explanation what sort of financing, what's the range of financing that is offered by BNDES? Does it actually offer equity finance? And then which is what would be crucial for a kind of low risk long-term development. And then the one about gendered labor dynamics in India. This I find fascinating because it's not an area that I've entered into other than on I've never studied it systematically, but it has struck me just from a personal observation that the employment of women in low wage work is very often associated with the decline of male employment, and I wonder if we could or either decline of male employment or lower wages among men as essentially the consumption unit, which is the family, tries to maintain a living standards. I mean, is there any evidence of this kind of relationship between male wages and female wages? Thank you.
Thank you. That was 3 questions. And so I think for each of the speakers, let's go in order and answer those, and then we'll take another round of questions. So Pedro? Oop, here you go.
Okay, so thank you very much, Manuel. I think yeah, it made me think about the questions you rose, and I will think more later. I'll just try to answer. You said, okay, we need to understand which sectors are more dependent, and if the austerity is really unifying the ruling class. And in fact, I agree with you. I will make a personal statement. In my master, I studied the industrial entrepreneurs in Brazil, the industrial bourgeoisie, the most important representative institutions of industrial bourgeoisie in Brazil. And to me, it was very interesting because they all support lower interest rates, more depreciated exchange rate, but they all support austerity. And I think because of this, in my master research, I made the passage that, okay, so all the capitalists support austerity. But I agree with you, I need to develop more this in the paper and try to show if it's really a policy that unified the ruling class in Brazil. And I agree, of course, that I need also to be more precise by what I mean by austerity. I think in my mind, I have the idea of fiscal austerity and a decrease in government spending, but I think I need to develop it and make more clear in the paper.
Miguel? Would you like to respond to Jan's question?
No, okay. I try to be quickly. So, first of all, thanks to Henrique Paiva for the very attention read of the paper. I agree with the most of the critics and remarks he made. About of this, and I try to answer the both questions of the audience also. One of them is about the main point of the paper it's to try to separate it, the two policies of the government. One of them, it's the BNDES current policy, to try to expand the aggregate investment by expand the finance, the disbursement for private firms to buy equipment and others items of the capital gross formation. That's one thing. The other thing is the demand aggregate public spending. It's two things different. The finance to private sector by public credit, and the other hand, the public spending. I'm talking about this because Coutinho has the point that it's better using public finance to private sector than in spite to spending directly, because when you spending directly with when you finance about a public debt, this results in the arise of the public fragility of the finance of the government. So this is a problem of him, and I think this is I agree with Henrique. This is not only a view of him, but many of Brazilian post-Keynesian, also other post-Keynesian. But the idea that the government has a very strong problem, especially in countries as Brazil, peripheric countries, has a currency, it's not conversible in the international realm. So this is the main point of this art, try to put this in a different way. But the other all things the Henrique said, I agree about the organization of paper. When we try to be fair with Coutinho, because of this we put many citations directly to not do a fake Coutinho. We try to talk with his real point of view because we respect him as important economist, and he was, and he is also nowadays. So, and about the question in audience about the how to put in the financing, what we are meaning about financing, it's the disbursement of the BNDES, the Brazilian Bank of Development, to private companies to buy capital goods for expanding your capacity. And about this, an important thing to say that we didn't put this in the paper. The firms changed his source of finance. Instead to use his own resource, he used the BNDES resource because it's cheaper, because the interest rate in the disbursement of BNDES, it's cheaper than the normal finance. And many firms using his own resource to put in the Selic in a short rate interest rate, because he's higher than BNDES. So this is another point, but just to fix it, this idea. I think that's it. And one more time, thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, Sanchari, apologies.
I was thinking about this question, and there are actually many ways to think about this. Firstly, I want to highlight that I haven't provided the tables on the service sector, but there is literature which kind of looks into like these two types of employment growth that has been seen. One is in the high-skilled, highly educated women are going more towards high-skilled service sectors, especially in the Indian context. And then low skill, low productivity sectors are also highly employing women. So as you were talking about the family dynamic, there is literature which kind of looks into that. That requires looking into more like microdata framework that kind of looks into these household level surveys, which my work is not kind of focusing on. The data that I'm working on is more industry level data. So it doesn't have the connection to the family dynamics of it. I only have like which industry is employing what, like what percentages of men and women, and then I also have data on wages and compensation and benefits, and also value added and productivity on those sectors. So yes, it's very much possible that there is an income effect where when the male member in the family is earning more or have higher earning capacities, the women in those families probably don't end up working because they don't need to necessarily. That in this data is probably not possible to see because the household level data is not available. But I think literature does talk about it quite a lot. However, just looking into employment, if not the wages, but just looking into employment at the industry level, I think it is possible to look into this question because a lot of the within industry impacts that I was talking about. So sometimes within industry effects could be positive when men lose jobs at higher rates than women, especially in recessionary situations. So even with the industrial data, it's possible to look into that if I just look into more recessionary period, like around those structural break periods that I was talking about, it's possible to look into whether we see positive within industry effects, and that could kind of show maybe all of these effects are coming from men losing out more jobs in these industries and not necessarily women getting more jobs. So that is possible to see the family dynamic in this data. I'm afraid it's not possible, but thank you.
Thank you. So it is 1:15 and theoretically we should end, but I think if there is any other questions from the audience, we could entertain at least one, maybe two more. And if not, we can go to lunch. Does anybody else have any questions? Malcolm?
After like with the consent of the authors, of course, we haven't asked them. Those who consent the paper.
Great. Great. I'm actually just going to add a comment with regard to Sanchari's comment about what happens when men move into higher wage jobs. She said that women may spend less time in the labor market. It's often not by choice, but those women often, it's because the men in the household see women not working as sort of more enhancing their status. So they attain a trophy wife status in higher income households. So I just want to be clear that it's not that women choose not to be participants in the labor force, but rather it is often a patriarchal norm that men are the breadwinner and women are socially and culturally squeezed out of the labor market. In any case, thank you all very much. I look forward to being with you in the other sessions. Thanks so much. Nice work. If you send them the paper, if you send them the paper, yeah. Okay.
Especially like in terms of like the the semi-industrialized work that you have done, like in terms of like looking at this model in a more open economy.
Sure.
Framework.
Okay.
So yeah, you're the best.
Okay, that
And
sounds
also
great.
I'm a big fan of
Oh,
your
thank
work.
you. I just want to give you a suggestion of presentation. Less data. Highlight the main points. People can't read these tables too much. They can read the paper. Nancy Bulgrave had this recommendation on this. Your presentation should have three important ideas that people take away. You can't explain everything in the paper. All you want to do is motivate them, right? So, for example, the the tables in which you have the shares, women's labor and services, industry, and the graphs are great. I think graphs really tell a story. So just include a line that says what's going on. Okay. You interpret for the audience. Tell them what they should focus on. They'll read the paper.
Okay.
So just,
So
okay.
having like the main points.
Yes,
like-
and you know, I think you don't want to have a look at Alyssa's group.
Yeah.
And you'll see mine
Yeah.
in a couple of days.
Okay.
That is very, very little writing. Sometimes that, but taking this, yeah, and also because you know where font is small. And so it's, you know, it's just, and I'm just saying this all comes through all of them. So no criticism, just helping you do that.
Thank you
You're very
so
welcome.
much. It means a lot.
Recording in progress.
¿Cuánto tiempo tenemos para cada presentación también? How long is each presentation going to be? 20 minutes. Okay.
Vabbè, fai 20 più 10. No, questa è ottima. Questa la dice nel lavoro. Sì, adesso lo dico scritto fare. Questa è la stabilità verticale, questo semplicemente la definizione. Poi in realtà cosa è così. Una specializzazione, sì,
Perché l'idea di fondo è legata a quello che mette in Cina, no?
Forse no. Deve essere cadetto. Forse sì. Niente, no, opportunità. Beh, perché loro... Quasi tutti, però niente.
Però sì. Then we wait for her to start. No? Okay. But there is not a chair.
Okay, who are we waiting? We're waiting for Julia.
My 3 minutes.
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
I'm here.
Vabbè, tu flash, quando mi sveglia, vabbè, ti dà, no, fa adesso, no. Quindi di sera, no, portato alle... No, adesso partiamo e cose di parecchio. No, dopo che finisco.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session 3. This is our fifth session of our conference, and today we have a discussion based on structural changes, ecological transition, and financial dynamics. And today we have 4 presenters: Julio Guarini, presenting the ecological debt swaps for twin debt justice. He's present online. He's our online presenter. Perdón. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem.
He's here. Perfect. Thank you. So, I'm sorry. He's here, as you can see. The second paper is presented by Chiara Grazzini, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, presenting the impact of social and green territorial factors on energy poverty. And we have 2 online presenters, now the correct ones, Manuel Davila Fernandez and José Luis Orero. They are our online presenters, and we will follow this order, the order of this presentation. So we will start with Julio. You have 15 minutes, and yeah.
Thank you for your introduction. Thank you to all, and in particular, Julia for the invitation, and our colleague from UNAM. I think for me it's a pleasure to stay here, and also an honor to be part of this workshop. I think it's very interesting to integrate our different experience that depends on our different countries. That in this case, heterodox economics and different interpretation of heterodox economics probably depends also of different economic context, political context. And I think in Latin America, there is more energy than in Europe to promote and sustain heterodox economics. That for me, that I'm Italian, I'm a European, is very interesting. And I'm very happy to collaborate with the Latin American colleagues. That is the title of my presentation, Ecological Debt Swap for a Twin Debt Justice. It's a position paper, not a research paper. It's a starting point with Leonardo Becchetti, that is a colleague from University of Rome, Tor Vergata, and Febe Conduri, Athens University. The main idea, oops, how is possible to change? Oh my God. Okay. that are part of the introduction context about debt crisis, and the idea is to connect the debt crisis with the climate change problems. Kalecki, an introduction, I think is quite interesting to consider a reference from the article of Malcolm Sawyer about Kalecki. Interest on an increasing national debt, as indeed on all debt, cannot be a burden to society as a whole, because in a sense it constitutes as internal transfer. And probably is interesting nowadays in the globalization to consider that this kind of problem of the debt crisis or debt in general could be also a sort of international global transfer that could be interesting to face with this important aspect, challenge, also with this kind of perspective. And because there are people that gain by the debt from the, in this case, low or middle income countries. And the second point, I think very interesting, that in the Kaleckian idea about the public deficit is instrumental for instance, full employment. And I think it's very interesting to consider debt for what? Because generally the analysis of public debt sustainability is a sort of accounting, are internal of an accounting framework. I think is the age to consider debt sustainability within the development process, and to ask that we increase debt for what, which is the main goal behind the debt. That this position paper aims to discuss the potential of ecological debt swaps, according to which northern countries can free up resources by debt relief to green projects in southern countries, given the northern ecological debt. And I try to explain something about this idea, starting by the idea that foreign debt, because this is the focus of this position paper about the foreign debt for the southern countries. Foreign debt has been growing in the last years for economic financial crisis, for political crisis, austerity policies that we discussed this morning, for the high interest rate, because creditors are, the majority of creditors, or increase the share of creditors that are private agents. And there are some studies by the United Nations that consider that between the 2020 and 2022, the 3.3 billion people lived in countries which spend more resources for debt service than for investment in health and education. And this document, this recent document, United Nations proposed important reforms of the financial system based on the more important participation of northern countries, in the southern countries, sorry, in the institutional, international institutions that govern, manage this aspect linked to the debt renegotiation and the increase of the role of multilateral development banks. The other side, there is the global warming that has been growing in this year, and as the International Renewable Energy Association shows, the progress was mainly concentrated in China and in high-income countries, while lagging in poor or emerging countries that lack of proper infrastructure and mainly suffer of social and environmental costs linked to this aspect, linked to the exploitation of the minerals request for the green technology. That nowadays, this innovation or a novelty is that also green technology can represent another opportunity for the exploitation of the mineral in the southern countries that is expose these countries to important environmental problems. There are in this period many international initiatives, not too much like in the 2000s, nowadays the Jubilee to 2025, and for this event in the church, but also in the civil society, there were very important initiatives in 2000, no? mainly in Europe, some campaign to cancel debt or reduce debts. Nowadays, there are some forms of proposal by the European Network on Debt and Development, other kind of NGOs, also IMF and World Bank developed some, carry out some document about development swaps. The idea is to concentrate on this instrument, debt for nature climate swaps. This kind of instruments are used to free up resources for conservation projects, debt for nature swaps. This is the case from the 18th years. There are many experiences in the literature about Brazil, about Amazon conservation. More recent are the debt for climate swaps, that in this case, they free up, thanks to the debt relief, resource for mitigation and adaptation intervention from 2010 became the most important types of swaps. In the literature and this working paper, there are many examples on many contributions that also point out some important critical aspects about the transaction cost, about the difficulty to have transparency, not efficiency to evaluate this kind of project, or in general is a reduction of sovereignty for the southern countries. We want to propose the so-called, we call ecological debt swap scheme that is a little different from the others. The starting point, the awareness about the ecological and equal exchange means the ecological and equal exchange as an asymmetric flows of embodied land and divided in raw materials, energy, and eco-productive space between the north and the south, global north and the global south. And this kind of ecological and equal exchange could be called ecological debt and depends based on international division of labor that in the southern competitiveness is main focus on the exploitation of natural resources, and probably would be a risk of a green colonialism. Also in this case, that ecological debt have some critical point, mainly concentrate on the measurement of this this quantity of pollution. But the general idea is that the logical of emission trading system, this kind of logic is start for the enterprise, for company, now that there are green certificates that represent a way of manage CO2 emissions by distributing pollution rights, which each company receives in proportion to an established emission cap. There are also in this case light and shadow, but the general idea is that northern countries have contributed to the 80% of global emission, far exceeding a sort of fair distribution of pollution rights around the world without paying any compensation to the southern countries who have given their pollution right to them. No, this is a sort of moral suasion to start a debate about how it's possible to involve northern countries to reduce debt for the south. This is the idea that the north country could repay this ecological debt by canceling a portion of the financial debt that southern countries own them. Our proposal starts for this assistance then of twin debts. Now, the southern countries have the financial debt, but the northern country has the ecological debt. The idea is that this debt relief should not be unconditional. The proposal includes a clause to ensure that the funds saved by the southern countries are reinvested in decarbonization and sustainable development projects. Then the twin debt sustainability should be achieved through a twin responsibility. What means in this case, this could translate into an initiative like establish local energy communities, providing renewable energy access to off-grid areas, and projects that improve living conditions sustainability with participation of international banks and private company. That is the idea that ecological debt is more than, and ecological debt swaps could be the instrument that started with the awareness about twin debt, ecological debt, and the financial debt. And the idea is to generate local sustainable development. Then we present a very baseline model, also in this case, to start a discussion, analytical terms about this issue. Then we use in this case, the geometry of debt sustainability. That is an analysis that follow the approach of Pasinetti, Baggi, and Pinzon, also contribution on Baggi and Frigerio, also contribution on Botta and Gabriel Porcile and other colleagues, and use this kind, try to insert in this kind of framework the idea of ecological debt. I don't know how many minutes I have. Only 5. That only present some a general idea. Okay, in this case, which is the main difference between the Pasinetti analysis and Baggi Pinzon, Baggi Frigerio, and Botta and Porcile and the other. Pasinetti consider mainly the internal debt. This other analysis consider the debt sustainability within, mainly focused on external debt. That in this framework, we only consider the balance of payment equilibrium, and we arrive to represent an equation according to which B is the growth rate of the debt income ratio that depends on the growth rate of nominal debt minus the growth rate, income growth rate. At the end, the final formula is this, that the current account, by considering only export and import, is equal to the difference between the interest rate and the growth rate of nominal debt, external debt, and B is the debt income ratio. That we want to consider this kind of equation, but also the equation of the Kaya identity. That Kaya identity represents what? The growth rate of global pollution represented by H is equal to the difference between the income growth rate of the North minus the environmental efficiency. Environmental efficiency is the ratio between GDP and emissions. With N in the appendix, we indicate North, plus what happens in the South, that the income growth rate of the South minus the environmental efficiency in the South. Given this kind of identity, we can consider the ecological debt. Firstly, is that the omega n is higher than omega s, means that the North is the main responsible of a global climate change, but also because in this session is the session about the structural development macroeconomics network. This is important also the second element that can characterize the ecological debt is that the increasing of the growth of environmental efficiency in the North is higher than in the South, means that the green technological capabilities in the North are very higher than in the South. That can represent a second point. Why this is ecological debt? Because due to the International Division of Labor, the specialization in the South, in the global South, is mainly in the resource-intensive sectors that by definition present very low environmental efficiency growth. I can present only some graphs that want to compare financial debt sustainability and ecological debt sustainability. Now, probably I presented, this is the classical growth debt strategy that in the left side, we increase growth to reduce, obviously, the growth rate of debt income ratio. But at the same time, in the right side, this kind of strategy could generate an increase of pollution. Another typical debt strategy is the export debt strategy, that in this case we can increase our, in the south obviously, this is the situation, the case study for the southern countries, that in this case export debt strategy means an increase of current account that shift this line of financial debt sustainability, that decrease the debt burden. But because of this kind of strategy is focused on the export and export for generally for the developing countries represent a specialization resource-intensive sectors. This shift in the left side corresponds to the shift in the ecological debt sustainability that increase the global the southern pollution. That I only want to arrive to this graph, this figure that compare financial debt sustainability and ecological debt sustainability in the case of ecological debt swaps scheme. In the according to financial debt sustainability, swaps means reduction of debt relief. That there is probably a shift in the line of financial debt sustainability, but at the same time, in the right side, there is also a shift in the ecological debt sustainability that means a reduction also of pollution. Why? Because the idea of this kind of strategy is connect the efficiency in the terms of reduction debt with the efficiency to use these resources for green investment. This kind of a connection is very important because they represent how it's possible to have a reduction of debt, but with this kind of environmental efficiency, currently with the idea of structural change, because in which financial structure are very important, because here come back to this graph, due to an increase of interest rates, you can delay any efforts for debt sustainability, but at the same time, you have to change the sectoral division of labor in terms of environmental efficiency gains. Technology is very, very important, because how is possible to use these resources that are free up from the debt relief? You need to have an evaluation of the project and a monitoring of the project. That's institutional action, because in this case, institutions are called to take in consideration both of the challenge. Now that financial ministry, but also with the environmental ministry or green industry policy that can manage both. Instead, if we compare ecological debt swap and separate scheme, so if I have 2 minutes now, because the alternative is, sometimes you can say that it's better to reduce debt and to give us green income transfer for green investment. That could be better for the southern global. But the problem is that without the connection between these two operations. In this case, we compare the situation, ecological debt swap, and separate scheme. This separate scheme means one thing is debt relief, another thing is income transfer for green investment. No? In the financial debt sustainability, you can have, given the same level of income, you can have a reduction of the debt burden. But in the right side, you have 2 different situations. The situation that of ecological debt swap, that 2A, that there is a reduction of pollution, because green investments are directly connected with the debt relief. That there is a general monitoring about this. In the case of separate scheme, probably you can free up resources, but this kind of resources are without any green constraint. That probably the effort of green investment, thanks to the income transfer, this kind of effort could be reduced or delayed by the use of the resources without constraint. At the end, probably you do not obtain improvement in sustainable development. That is, there are also other kind of analytical points, but I have to finish my presentation. That I repeat, this is a position paper to offer a contribution to start a discussion also within the analytical literature about the sustainability and connection with the literature about the ecological transition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, passing forward, we have Chiara Grazzini with her paper on the impact of social and green territorial factors on energy poverty. I can help you.
Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to stay here. And I remain on the ecological transition, but with this paper, I want to analyze the social dimension of it, starting from the conceptual framework of this paper that try to connect the ecological transition and the energy poverty within the perspective given by the capability approach. We start from the approach proposed by Pope Francis in the Laudato Si. So we cannot think about an ecological approach without including the social dimension. If you think about the ecological transition, the ecological transition requires ecological structural change, enormous transformation, the relocation of means, labor, from the traditional sector to the green one. And this can create new advantages, new opportunities, but at the same time it represents a new source for inequality, for instance, between unskilled and skilled workers. So it can be a new source of new form of vulnerability, on poverty also. It is important when you consider the energy dimension of the ecological transition, because energy is a fundamental element for the No, es compartir. No, no, it's not this. Sotto. No, I can move, yes. Okay. Okay. And this is, I said before, I say it is particularly important if we think about the energy. Energy is a fundamental element for the human development, and also the economic growth depends on the efficient use of energy resources, and the energy transition represents an important element, an important part of an ecological strategy. And in particular, the energy transition must satisfy the must achieve the energy trilemma. So I have to be ensured the energy security, the energy sustainability, and the energy accessibility. That is most important for all the household, the individual, for improving their quality of life and in general the human well-being. And this aspect is particularly important not only for the developing country, but also for the development one, because the energy poverty has shown also to the European to European states that the energy now is fundamental for the quality, for the well-being of their citizens, because nowadays the energy poverty not addressed only the emerging country, but more than the 52,000 million of individuals live in energy poverty condition. That is a situation that that comes from the inadequate social and material deprivation of energy services at home, and is a real consequence of our life, no? So also the the fact that we have to address the energy poverty is becoming a priority also for the European Union. And but in this paper, we want to analyze the energy poverty from the capability approach. The capability approach introduced by Amartya Sen suggests that the development is not simply the economic progress, but the development goes beyond the economic progress, because this is an expansion process of the opportunity of people of live the life of their value. So the idea is that the aim of the development path is to extend the opportunity, the capability of individuals to be on doing what they value, that are the function of the individual. So the human development become a conversion process where individuals can convert the initial resources into capability, real opportunity to improve their quality of life, their well-being. And this approach allows for recognize the human diversity, because different individual has a different ability to convert the initial resources into capabilities. And the difference in the conversion depends on three kinds of conversion factors. Can depend on personal characteristics, such as age, gender, but also can depend on social and environmental conversion factors, no? Such as social norm, institution, the environment, no? But when you think about the study of the energy poverty, the majority of the work that analyze the causes of the energy poverty simply focused on the individual conversion factor. Instead, Biggeri and Ferrarini proposed a framework where the individual collective capability depends directly on the territory, on the local context, and the territory is not simply the container of the resources, but become a driver of the local culture, social, and institutional dynamics. So the human development depends, is a conversion process that depends directly on the local context and become a place-based approach. And we in this paper, we use the approach to analyze the main drivers of the energy poverty. According to the capability approach, the aim of the human development is the expansion of the opportunity or the real freedom of being, doing what they value, but at the same time, this kind of freedom is the aim of the development, but some freedom become also instruments to development. In particular, the energy is considered one of the economic infrastructure, another instrumental freedom that is essential for the human development. So the energy availability and affordability that represent the main dimension of the energy poverty are considered the crucial precondition for converting resources into capability, as we can see in these figures. No, we have the energy resources. No, according to personal, social, environmental conversion factor, individuals can convert resources, material resources such as income, but also the energy, electricity, no, the energy vectors or carries, in secondary capabilities, such as the ability of preparing food, of eating home, and then we can convert the second capabilities in primary capabilities, because if I can eat in home, no, I can be healthy, no? And according to choice factor, no, the agency, because for the human development, individuals are not passive agents or subjective of development, but they become active agent that to participate to the human development process, so they can decide if transform a capability into a functioning that is a realized capability, and then we can convert the sum of functioning that determine the human development, the quality of life. Using this approach, we can analyze the multidimensional network of energy poverty in contrast of the typical conceptualization in the literature, because the principal approach that is used for analyzing energy poverty is the energy expenditure. That simply analyze the incidence of the energy expenditure on the household income and consider energy poverty as a unidimensional phenomenon related only to the income. Using the capability approach, we can extend the energy poverty to the deprivation of essential energy services, emphasizing its multidimensional nature. As I said before, the human development consider the development as a conversion process that depends on the different kind of conversion factor. In the literature, in general, the energy vulnerability is studied only considering the personal conversion factor, but in the reality, also the social, environmental conversion factor can represent a central driver of the energy poverty. And in particular, in this work, we want to analyze the impact of the territorial conversion factor according to the framework proposed by Biggeri and Ferrarini. For the social conversion factor, we consider the social capital, the active citizen, and the civil participation, because if you consider the institution as an important role, but to be effective, the institutional policy must have a fertile soil, and the social capital can represent the fertile soil that can determine, can influence the effectiveness of the instrumental policies. And particularly, we consider territorial social conversion factor, the trust, because the trust between individuals is important for creating social relationships and networks, that is useful for sharing information about energy saving. But sometimes important the trust between individual and institution. Also, we consider the engaging in volunteer, because also volunteering can represent the sentiment of community about social issues such as energy poverty. Also, we consider the crime perception, because the perception of crime in the neighborhood has a direct negative effect on the energy vulnerability of households. And also we consider the diffusion of social services, in particular the diffusion of the children care services, that is important in particular for women, because the women are exposed to a time stress, because have to decide how to distribute the time between unpaid and paid work, and the presence of kids care service facilitate the women in the time allocation between paid, unpaid, and paid work. For the territorial green conversion factor, instead we consider the local pro-environmental attitude, because environmental quality is considered an important environmental conversion factor. But if you consider a local context, if the local context is characterized by a higher sensibility towards the environmental issue, individuals are more awareness about the importance of the environment, can sustain the implementation of green policies, can facilitate or can move the attention of the institution throughout the environmental question, but also to social questions such as the energy poverty, because energy poverty connected the environmental and social dimension of the development, and in particular can move the attention institution throughout a project related to implementation energy and renewable resources, or the implementation of the introduction measure for improving the energy efficiency. So in this paper, we want to try to overcome the first limit of the literature, represented by the fact that the main indicators for measuring energy poverty focus only on income, no, reducing the phenomenon to a unidimensional phenomenon, dimensional one, related only to the incidence of energy expenditure on household income. But then we want to analyze the main driver, considering not only social demographic characteristics of the household, but also extending the analysis to the social environmental conversion factor. For the data, we use the OSILC database, is one of the principal, no? Household survey available at the European Union for measuring the energy power. We connect this database with the regional indicators related to the development offered by the Italian National Institution of Statistics. We consider the period that come from the 2004-2018, and we obtain a panel data consisting of 270,000 annual Italian households. For the dependent variable, we consider we build the multidimensional energy poverty index, no? That is a composite index that simply that is based on the dual cutoff identification process proposed by Alcaire and Foster, that at the end attributes to the family 0 or 1 according to the fact that is in energy poverty or not. And we use not this dummy as dependent variable. Then we control for the social conversion factor that I said before, volunteering, children, social services, perception of crime, and diffusion of internet. And then we consider the environmental conversion factors, such as the energy production from renewable energy, the consumption of electricity that comes from renewable energy, the electricity consumption that comes from bioenergy, and the electricity consumption of the public administration. And then we control for region, for the macro region, the five Italian macro region, the rural area, because it's important to analyze the local context. So it's the energy poverty is a rural or urban phenomenon. And also we consider the typical socio-demographic characteristic of households, household and householder. This is simply the dual cutoff identification process. And for analyzing the driver, we use the logistic regression model, one for the social territorial conversion factor and another one for the grid territorial conversion factor. I go to the results. This to give you an idea of the incidence of the multidimensional energy poverty in Italy. I said before, the energy poverty is not simply a phenomenon that interests the developing country, was important in industrialized economy, because in the period that we have considered the multidimensional energy poverty affect more than the 60% of the Italian population with a stable trend. But it's particular because we have identified a different level of the multidimensional, a different distribution of the multidimensional energy poverty household between the 5 Italian macro region. And contrary to the expectation, we see an increasing trend in the north, in the northeast regions of Italy. And on the coast, we see a decreasing trend in the south and the island. But the fact that we can see a different distribution in the region, that is a first indication about the fact that the social, the local conversion factor are significant, or for the energy vulnerability of Italian households. And then we can consider the impact of social conversion factor. The baseline model is always significant. That shows that according to the literature, the social demographic characteristics are important, but the model suggests that also the social conversion factor are significant, because we can see a significant and positive effect of the volunteering activities, because the volunteering can create the network that can facilitate the diffusion of information about energy saving of household. And but it's particularly significant, the crime perception that a negative impact because the fact that, you know, the neighbor or negative a crime perception, no, means that increase, you know, the social exclusion of the household because they tend to remain at home for security reasons, no, and this reduce the social relationships of the household and reducing also the possibility of obtain help, physical material help, but also information about social life, social or other social measure or energy efficiency measures, but it's most important also the internet diffusion, because if the energy poverty condition is connected to the social exclusion of the household, no, this means that the physical relationship, no, is decreasing, but sometimes they can identify another source of information represented by the internet. They can have a positive effect because they can obtain information about energy saving, but sometimes one of the risks of the energy diffusion is increasing the social exclusion of the household. And then also identify a positive impact of the environmental conversion factor, in particular the energy consumption that is covered by energy, the renewable energy is particularly significant, no, because they can improve, you know, they can reduce pollution, improve efficiency, but sometimes, you know, can facilitate, you know, or can improve the accessibility, affordability of the energy, particularly for the energy poor households, but it's particularly significant the consumption of the public administration, in particular because if the consumption of public administration is lower, it can be a sort of proxy of the fact that the local administration, no, is aware about the importance of the environment, no, or manage, no, in effective way the energy consumption, and can be, no, can be aware about a social phenomenon related to the energy, such as energy poverty, but also the fact that they reduce the energy consumption. This means that we have other public resources that can spend, no, in programs directed to the energy or targets to the energy poor households. To the conclusion, so the paper, no, suggests that we have to shift from unidimensional measure of energy poverty to multidimensional to capture, no, the broad dimension, the broad to obtain, no, a more precise image of the experience of the energy poor households, but also in identify, you know, a significant role not only of the social demographic dimension of households, but in particular of the local the social factors that can drive the energy vulnerability of the households. In particular, we have identified a significant role of the social conversion factor, no, because volunteering, trust, no, can create a network, no, a solid network that can help energy poor households for escaping from their condition, but also we can identify a significant role of the environmental conversion factor, because a general in a local context characterized by an higher environmental awareness can be more attentive to the other phenomena related to the energy, in particular to the energy poverty. So we need to consider this approach, this kind of factor. Policymaker can consider this factor, but in particular we need a holistic approach, no, that goes beyond the financial axis and can be achieved, for example, through the establishment of the energy community, because throughout the energy community we can join, no, the social and the environmental dimension, no, because the energy community are based on the social participation, no, the common participation for the establish them, but also the fact that we establish a local production of the energy, allow the energy warehouse to access to a more affordable energy, escaping from their condition.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have our online presenters. Professor Oreiro has arrived, but we are following the order of our program. So now we have, let me present you properly, just a second. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Just 1 second, you can share your presentation.
Sure.
We have Marvel Davila Fernandez with his paper on modeling green attitudes and informality along the North-South divide. You have 15 minutes, okay?
15 minutes. So you guys are already stealing 5 minutes from me. I'm joking. Thank you very much for having me today. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me today. Good afternoon, or should I say, buenas tardes, muy buenas tardes. The title of my presentation, as anticipating, is Modeling Green Attitudes and Informality Along the North-South Divide. It is a joint project with Mario Davila from the Federal University of San Salvador. Given the occasion, I would like to start my presentation referring to a quote by Kalecki in 1976, where he identifies as the main difference between highly developed and underdeveloped economies in a very simple way. In his own words, he says, in one case, the developed countries, existing resources have to be utilized and modern capitalists have learned the trick of doing it. But in the other case, for developing countries, resources have to be built up, and this requires far-reaching reforms amounting to revolutionary changes. And I think that this perspective on the contrast between developed and developing countries marriages very, very well the structuralist or the CLAC vision of structural change in development. An analysis that tries to put together growth, structural transformation, wage determination, income distribution in a process that then I dare to say both for Kalecki and the CLAC, a process that is intrinsically dynamic. And this presentation will focus on the question of structural heterogeneity, or the importance of structural heterogeneity. I don't need to this audience knows very well what I'm talking about, but still, I would like to say that poor countries or developing countries like Brazil, Mexico, they are not uniformly poor, right? And structural heterogeneity has different dimensions in our nations. We can think in terms of a geographical dimension, how the territory is geographically occupied. We can think in terms of productivity. In the case of Brazil, companies like Embraer or Petrobras, very high tech, highly productive, coexisting with a subsistence sector. Structural heterogeneity in terms of income distribution. The rich in Brazil, the rich in Mexico are among the richest in the world. But then the poor in Brazil are also among the poorest in the world. And when we're talking about structural heterogeneity, informality, the coexistence of formal and informal activities appear. So the concept of formality and informality appear as a key concept. And from a more formal point of view, allows us to explore the possibility of multiple equilibria and the basis of attraction. Now, what I would like to do in this project, what we try to do, is to bring to the discussion, when we are talking about climate change, another source of heterogeneity. And that's the heterogeneity of ecological thinking. Because the thing is that public perceptions of the urgency to fight climate change, they differ between countries, and they have fluctuated over time. So if we talk with a scientist will tell you climate change is real and climate change is human-made. But then when you go to the general public, the public seems to be divided. You have significant heterogeneity. And that's a problem. We believe that's a problem because limiting global warming requires cohesion, a certain degree of cohesion and coordination among the leading players of the economic system, both in developed and developing countries. But what is the problem? The problem here is that the existing scholarship in the topic has treated developed and emerging countries as occupying different positions of a linear development path. And this is problematic because from a structuralist point of view, developing economies are structurally different. And this brings us back from the dual economy informality issue. This brings us back to a problem that is intrinsically dynamic Kalecki, and from the clock. So what we try to do in this paper is to study the interplay between informality and heterogeneity in ecological thinking using a tractable framework based on discrete choice theory. Okay. Just to give you a more concrete view or visualization of what I mean by heterogeneity in ecological thinking, there are many surveys of this type. You can find many surveys of this type around there. Here I'm referring to the World Risk Poll, the edition of 2021, just because they interviewed more than 140,000 people in 140, 150 countries. And when confronted with questions like, how serious of a threat do you think climate change is to people in this country in the next 20 years, we see that the global north and the global south are divided. Okay, so this index goes between -1 and 1, and how do we obtain it? We just get the share of those that answer yes to the question minus the rest of the population. So if a country has an index 1, this means that everybody believes climate change is a very serious threat. If this index is -1, nobody believes climate change is a very serious threat. If this index is 0, then the population is divided 50-50. And of course, you can be anywhere in the spectrum between -1 and 1. Okay, so if you look at the global north here, I'm referring to the United States, Canada, and Europe, you see a contrast that maybe most of us are aware of it. Europeans are more environmentally concerned than Americans. Americans with their SUVs, SUVs, and Europeans biking in the Netherlands, these kind of stereotypes. But then when you go to the global south, when you see the global south also seems to be divided. Because in the South America, in Latin America, we have greener colors in contrast with Asia, for example, where people don't seem to think, North Africa and Asia, people don't seem to think that climate change is a very serious threat. Now, when we put together this heterogeneity in ecological thinking with formality and informality, an interesting picture emerges. So in this graph, what I have in the horizontal axis, I have my green attitudes index. So the index is phi, it goes between -1 and 1 as before. But now in the vertical axis, what I have is a formality index. And how we calculate this formality index is just the share of formal workers minus the share of the informal. And this means that I have again an index between -1 and 1. If omega is equal to 1, everybody's formal. If omega is equal to -1, everybody's informal. If omega is equal to 0, my workforce is 50-50 divided. And of course, I can be anywhere in between -1 and 1. Now, if we think about theories like the environmental cousins curve, the red area and the blue area in the figure, they make sense. They are like common sense regions, because the blue area corresponds to countries that are highly formal, so high formality, but also they are environmentally concerned. While the red area corresponds to countries that are highly informal, but also they don't care about the environment, or they don't seem to be very concerned about the environment. And this agrees with theoretical constructs such as the environmental cousins curve that describe that in a linear development process, when you are poor, a developing country, you don't care about the environment, but as you develop, you start caring about the environment. But what puzzles us here are the gray areas, the second and the third quadrant, because they are fairly populated. And you have some weird cases like Bolivia, that is a very poor country with very high informality, but at the same time, it seems to be very environmentally concerned. And you have, again, many countries in the third quadrant with high formality, but they don't seem to care about the importance of climate change. So what we try to do here is to provide a formal narrative, tractable frame, narrative based in discrete choice theory that endogenously generate these cases and a combination of these cases endogenously. So I will not bother you with many equations, but I would like to highlight my main story here. So my main story here depends on two main dimensions. The phi is the green attitudes, the red ball on the bottom, and informality is the composition of the economy between formal and informal sectors, my omega, again in red. Depending on the composition of the population in terms of green attitudes, this society or this country will choose a carbon tax. Why? Because if nobody believes climate change is important, why should you choose a carbon tax in the first place? But if a majority believes climate change is important, then you are more likely to adopt a higher carbon tax. Of course, once you adopt a carbon tax, this is a cost for firms. So firms respond to that, increasing their search, increasing or not, their search for energy saving or carbon neutral technologies. So technology will respond to the carbon tax. And of course, depending on the production technique that you choose, this feeds back on the level of output, on how much you can produce. Now, emissions, so pollution, is a subproduct of output. So if you produce more for a given technology, ceteris paribus, for a given technology, if you produce more, you pollute more. Depending on pollution, you will have a certain, depending on production, you will have a certain composition of the economy in terms of formal and informal activities. And of course, the sectoral composition of the economy feeds back on your capacity and your ability to produce. So it feeds back on your level of output. Now, as I anticipated, pollution is a subproduct of production, but depending on how much you pollute, this also will feed back on your green attitudes. This will also feed back on the composition of the population in terms of believing or not climate change is real, and depending on the composition of your economy between formal and informal economies, formal and informal sectors, we also have a feedback on green attitudes. Now, in formal terms, what I really need for us is just these two equations. The first one is just telling us that the probability of belonging to the formal sector, the probability of being formal, depends on a growth effect, meaning if the economy is growing, this increases the likelihood that I will end up in a formal sector, and the scale effect, meaning that if you are surrounded by formality, you are more likely to be formal, but if you're surrounded by informality, you're more likely to be informal. And the second equation is just telling us that the probability that believing climate change is important depends on three main channels. The first channel is a peer effect, just because if you're surrounded by deniers, this will increase the probability that you will also not believe in climate change. But if you're surrounded by people that like to bike, this might increase the probability that you believe in climate change. The formalization effect, meaning if the formal sector is bigger, if the share of the formal sector is higher, this increases the likelihood that you will believe climate change is real, just because now that you have a good job, your basic needs are secured, now you have more time to think about long-term problems such as climate change. And finally, you have a climate threat channel that is telling us that people respond to the threat of a climate catastrophe. So if emissions keep growing fast, this increases or this affects the probability that I believe or not in climate change. Two final relationships, but I would like to emphasize the last one. The carbon tax here in the last equation, tau, my carbon tax has two components. One component, tau 0, that doesn't depend on green attitudes. So it's chosen by technocrats, by people, not by the general public. And tau 1 fee is capturing how much of the carbon tax responds to the general public. So how much politicians or maybe policymakers care about what the general public thinks about climate change. So if policymakers don't care about the general public, tau 1 is 0, and then you just have tau 0, okay? But if there are no technocrats in the economy, so the politicians or the policymakers fully respond to what the general public believes, then tau 0 is 0, okay? That's the third equation. The second equation is just telling us that technology will respond to the cumulative effect of a carbon tax. So if you implement a carbon tax for just 1 year, that will have no impact or very little impact on your technological choice. You need the carbon tax to be there. It's the cumulative effect of carbon tax for a certain amount of time that allows a technology to change. Now, after a series of algebraical manipulations, we have a two-dimensional map. It's a nonlinear map. We calibrate the model following parameter values that they are in the literature, okay? And what we're going to do now is to perform a series of experiments, muting certain channels and activating other channels to understand which channels are responsible for which results. So we begin, for example, shooting down the scale and the group effects. So if there is no scale and group effects, but we allow all other channels to work out, the climate threat, and so on and so forth, then we're able of generating two main equilibria, two stable equilibria, the green formal and the non-green informal, like the environmental process curve. The developing countries don't care about the environment, the developed countries care about the environment. But what is the problem of this picture? This picture is not very close to the surveys that we revisited at the beginning of our presentation. If we allow the scale and group effects to be strong enough, then we don't have 2 stable equilibria, now we have 4 stable equilibrium solutions. We have the blue and the red regions as before, as the basis of attraction of the green formal and the non-green informal, but we also have 2 gray areas, just as the figure I showed you in the beginning of my presentation. You have an attractor, an equilibrium that is non-green formal, an attractor, an equilibrium that is green informal. Like when the green informal, for example, most agents believe climate change is important, and still the economy is mainly informal. Okay. Now, if we introduce an autonomous carbon tax, what does it mean, an autonomous carbon tax? Politicians hear less people. They just adopt a carbon tax that doesn't react to what the general public believes. In that case, the attracting region of the blue equilibrium increases, so it makes more likely that you will end up in a good equilibrium. But if instead you adopt a carbon subsidy, an autonomous carbon subsidy in terms of instead of a carbon tax, if you subsidize carbon, you actually increase the basis of attraction of the red equilibrium, meaning you are increasing the attracting region of the trap, of the developing trap. So that country is more likely to stay poor, to stay underdeveloped. Okay. Finally, just because I'm running out of time, if you increase also the sensitivity of the population to the climate threat, so the perception of the climate threat, you, together with an autonomous carbon tax and sufficiently strong growth, you are able to kill all the bad equilibria and allow for only one stable, desirable solution, the blue case, where everybody will converge to a green formal equilibrium. This is a very stylized model. I don't want to push our results too much, but it's just to show you which are the channels driving the desired and the undesired results. So some final considerations. I think climate change is the greatest challenge of our generation, and Kalecki and Eklak are more relevant than ever. Okay, they highlighted the importance of the duality to understand development as this dual process, and the duality problem persists in developing countries. What we try to do here is to develop a model based on discrete choice theory that reproduces some stylized facts of heterogeneity in ecological thinking and the formality-informality issue along the global north-south divide, the probability of being informal depending on just 2 channels, the scale and the growth effects, and the probability of supporting carbon taxes or believing climate change is very important, depending on 3 effects: the peer effect, the size of the formal sector, and the perception of climate threat. We have in the paper a discussion about the green push and how our framework fits the idea of a green push as a development strategy, but that's something maybe we can discuss in a different occasion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Now moving forward to Professor Oreiro, who is already there. You can share your presentation as well. He is presenting on the process of capital formation, the circuit finance investment saving funding in a Keynesian stock flow consistent model. Yeah, your presentation is working, but we are not listening to you. You're muted. Yeah, your presentation is not on full screen, and we can't listen to you as well. Presentation's working, but your microphone is off, turned off. We are not listening to you. Can you? Okay.
Now, yes, in beginning, slideshow.
Yeah.
Okay, you're hearing me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to present a paper on your Congress at Universidad Autónoma de Mexico. This paper is based on chapter 7 of my forward book called Macroeconomía Monetaria, Monetary Macroeconomics, that will be published next month. Okay, and I think that the subject of the paper had to do a lot with the theme or the main themes of the Congress. Well, the current article has two main objectives. The first one is to make historical reconstruction of the debate between Keynes and the classical economists in the period just after the publication of general theory, which means 1937 to 1939, in order to highlight the difference between liquidity preference and loanable funds theory of interest rate determination. In opposition of what seemed to be a consensus in economic literature, both theories had very different implications about the nature of the rate of interest and the role of money in economic process. The second objective is to build a simple Keynesian stock flow consistent model for the funding stage of the process of capital formation, represented by the finance, investment, saving, funding circuit. This simple model makes clear that long-term interest rate for corporate bonds is a strict monetary variable being dependent of liquidity preference of households and a monetary policy conducted by the central bank. In such framework, an increase in the household's propensity to save will increase rather than decrease the long-term interest rate over corporate debt, since it will decrease corporate profits, which are the main source of internal funding for firms' investment plans, forcing them to issue more corporate debt in order to get the money required for funding investment, thereby reducing the price of corporate bonds and hence increasing the rate of interest over corporate debt. Okay, let's talk about a little of investment and finance, which is a term that is common between Keynes and Kalecki. According to the Keynesian theory of investment expenditure, the investment planned by entrepreneurs is determined in the point where the marginal efficiency of capital equals the weighted average cost of capital. The equalization occurs to the action of the borrowers and lenders' risk on the expected rate of return on investment projects, as well as on the cost of capital. This is because the firm's capital structure affects the perceived risks of default, both by borrowers and debtors, thus affecting both the benefit and the expected costs of investment projects. The Keynesian theory investment decision, however, does not provide details of how entrepreneurs finance the investment they wish to undertake. To date, it has been assumed that investment made in the short period is an average of the planned investment in the previous periods, due to the existence of a time gap between the making of the investment decision and its implementation. Banks, due to their liquidity preference, can offer an amount of credit lower than the one that is desired by creditworthiness firms that would prevail an interest rate in the credit market. There is the possibility of credit rationing. In this context, it's possible that firms will be unable to make all the intended investment due to the scarcity of money. Well, so the question is, what is the nature of the financial restriction? These photos on this slide is, the first photo is Bertie Moling. The second photo up is Sir Dennis Robertson. And the last photo is Sir Hal Hawtrey, which are the classical economists that debate with Keynes. So the question of the financial restriction of the desired investment by firms was the subject of intense debate between Keynes and the so-called classical economists in the 3 years following the publication of the general theory. The central point in this debate was the role played by the propensity to save in determining the interest rate and thus as a constraint on investment. The position of the classical economists was that the propensity to save would be one of the variables that, together with the preference for hoarding, would affect the level of the long-term interest rate. Thus, an increase in the propensity to save by reducing the interest rate could stimulate investment. Well, Keynes had for sure a different position. Keynes rejected this position, stating that the immediate impact of an increase in the propensity to save would take the form of a fall in the level of employment in income. The long-term The long-term interest rate could be reduced only as a result of the fall in transactional demand for money due to the reduction in the level of economic activity, a factor that could cushion the fall of employment and income, but unable to reverse this movement. In the midst of the debate with the classical economists, Keynes will not only refine his theory of the determination of the rate of interest with the vision of a new motive of demand for money, the so-called finance motive, but will also advance in the analysis of the process of capital formation, stating that the finance of new investment projects can be seen as a two-stage process, which may or may not occur at different points in time. In the first stage, which Keynes called finance, companies need to prepare to make investment expenditures and therefore demand money in anticipation of these expenditures. This is the finance motive of demand for money. In the second stage, called funding, firms seek to reconciliate the profile of terms and maturities of their assets and liabilities. That is, they seek to consolidate their liability structure through long-term finances for their assets. Well, after this period from 37 to 39, there is a lot of debate between the Keynes and the classical economists. I have some quotes that I will not read here because of lack of time, but I will keep to the result of the debate. Of course, at the end, who wins the debate? After almost 3 years of continued exchange of ideas and replies, the debate between Keynes and the classical economists ended without any consensus between both sides, even about the issues of the meaning of the terms being discussed. This is a common feature of soft sciences as economics. Takes, for instance, the following quotes of Robertson and Keynes. Roberts, thus he, Keynes, not only remediated the inconsistencies pointed out above, but also took a much longer step back than he still imagines towards the orthodox view of the status of the marginal productivity programming of nominal funds as the main determinant of the interest rate. Keynes, on his side, said a large part of the outstanding confusion is due, I think, to Mr. Robertson's thinking of finance of consisting of banking loans, whereas I introduced the term to mean money, to mean the money temporarily held by entrepreneurs to provide against expenses in relation to imminent new activity. Okay, so the second part of the article is to present the model, to present the two stages of the formation of capital and simple stock and flow consistent model. The first stage is represented by this graph. Here we have the finance stage. The finance stage is the stage in which firms that desire to invest take loans on commercial banks in order to buy the capital assets that they need to realize the investment plans. What we saw in this figure is 4 curves. 5 curves to be exactly. We have 2 demand channels for credit, 2 supply channels of credit, and a markup equation for the determination of interest rates on credit loans. The idea here is that the banking firms make 2 separate and independent decisions. They determine the level of the interest rate on their loans and also and independently, given their liquidity preference, the quantity of loans that they want to supply given different levels of interest rates. And we have the loan demand, which is basically the demand for business firms. So in this market, we can have credit rationing because interest rate is determined by a markup over the short-term interest rate determined by the central bank. So this model is a model of endogenous supply of money, okay? but the amount of loans that is actually supplied is determining the point of intersection of the interest rates set by the commercial banks and the supply curve of loans. So in what we're seeing in this graph is an increase in the state of confidence of both commercial banks and entrepreneurs, which displaces the demand curve for loans to the right and the supply curve of loans also to the right. What we see is that although the market is still in a situation of credit rationing, increase in the state of confidence will increase the supply of commercial loans to firms finance their investment plans. Okay, it's the finance stage. For the funding stage, I build a simple stock and flow consistent model. Here we have 4 sectors: firms, households, commercial banks, and central banks. And we have as assets, capital goods, cash, loans, demand deposits, corporate bonds. Corporate bonds are issued by firms in order to make the funding of their investment, in order to replace the short-term liabilities by long-term liabilities, which is necessary in order to avoid financial fragility. We have also public bonds and banking reserves. Okay, so we have the behavior equations of the model. Equation 3 is the definition of households' wealth. Equation 4 is the demand for money by households. Demand for money by households is a share of their financial wealth. Share that is a function of short-term interest rate and interest rate on corporate bonds. We have equation 5, which is the demand for corporate bonds by households. Equation 6 is demand for government bonds by households. Equation 7 is the consistency between stock and flows. Household savings is by definition the net increase on household wealth. Equation 8 is the household savings, which is a fixed fraction of households' income that is composed by total wages and disbursed profits. Equation 9, we're simply opening the definition of equation 8, making explicitly that household savings depends on the distribution of income between wages and profits. Sigma is the wage share in income, and D is the coefficient of profit distribution. So equation 10 is the definition of net increase in household families, in household wealth. Equation 11 is the net increase in demand for corporate bonds of households. Equation 12 is the determination of the level of income by the simple Keynesian-Kalecki multiplier. And equation, so when we put together equation 12 in equation 11, we arrive at equation 13, which shows the simple, the reduced form for the net increase in demand for corporate bonds. Equation 14 is the net increase in supply of corporate bonds. The net supply of corporate bonds is basically the investment that is not internal funded. So since firms planned to execute a level of investment I bar, firms have profits, and the difference between the investment that they want to do and the accumulated profits, it's precisely the external finance that the firms demand. Okay, equating the net demand of corporate bonds and the net supply of corporate bonds, we have the equilibrium in the market for corporate bonds, which is equation 15, and this is represented by this graph, where we can see that the rate of interest over corporate bonds is the variable that equalize the net demand for corporate bonds and the net supply of corporate bonds. So the exercise that we want to do in there, I'm coming to the finish of my presentation, is to see what is the effect of an increase in household saving propensity over long-term corporate bonds. Where in a poor exchange economy, as the classical economists defend, saving is a necessary prerequisite for investment, for the unconsumed part of output is necessarily equal to investment. But in a monetary production economy, this is not true because Say's law is not valid. In this type of economy, investment determines saving through the multiplier mechanism. As we can see in equation 12, an increase in the propensity to save of households will necessarily reduce the level of short-term equilibrium income. The contraction in the level of economic activity will reduce the mass of profits generated in the economy, causing that, given the firm's dividend distribution policy, there will be a reduction in the amount of retained earnings. In this context, in order to fund the investment made in the current period, firms will be required to increase the issuance of new corporate bonds, which will result in an increase in interest rate of these bonds, thus increasing the cost of external capital. In the next short period, the companies will face a higher weighted average cost of capital, which should reduce planned investment. In other words, an increase in the household's propensity to save will reduce rather than increase firms' planned investment. And this can be seen in this figure 3, where we see that an increase in the household's propensity to save will increase the long-term interest rate over corporate bonds from EC0 to EC1. So, final remarks. Throughout this article, we have dipped in the analysis of the process of capital formation in the monetary economies of production from the debate between Keynes and the classical economists that followed the publication of the general theory in 1936. Owing Halter and Robertson's criticism on the theory of liquidity preference made Keynes recognize an important omission in the theoretical framework developing the general theory, more specifically the question related to the demand for money required in the anticipation on investment expenditure, the so-called finance motive of demand for money. For Keynes, the introduction of finance motive would not, however, change the nature of the interest rate, which would be a strictly monetary variable on which the propensity to save would have no direct influence. This position was not accepted by Robertson, for whom the increase in credit demand resulting from a planned increase in investment would reduce the liquidity of banks and this way lead to an increase in the interest rate. In this response to Robertson, Keynes differentiates between the finance and funding stage of the capital formation process, arguing that the demand for finance required to make the current investment would be met by a revolving fund of liquid assets that would become available again for use as soon as the investment expenditure was made. Saving would only be necessary in the funding stage of the capital formation process, that is, in the consolidation of short-term liabilities into long-term debt. At this stage, however, what matters is not the magnitude of the propensity to save, since investment always generates an equivalent magnitude of savings through the multiplier mechanism, but the preference for household liquidity. And I think I stop here. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we have some time for Q&A from the audience. So if there's any questions, we would be happy. Manuel. Oh.
Okay, thank you very much all for these incredible presentations. I would like to ask Julio, in this plan that you're presenting, that I thought that it was genius to actually relate the economic depth and the ecological depth. How do you account for these phenomena that it's happening also in the unequal ecological exchange research, where you can disguise that you're polluting by putting your firms elsewhere to produce, but the end demand, the real demand is on northern countries. In other words, just by relocating, you relocate the pollution, but the firms, the property of the firms, go elsewhere. I mean, in the sense that if you're presenting a kind of debt relief on that, that will create also a push, hopefully, if it's well allocated, a push for more production, right? And I mean, but you are actually not creating demand on the same. So it could be expected that if those commodity sites are sold in the northern countries. So yeah, I was just thinking, how do you articulate that on what you were presenting?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. We have one more question.
Thank you to the four of you for the great presentations. Very, very interesting, and I feel some kind of curiosity in one sense. Julio and Chiara, they show the importance of having a cooperative, altruistic, enlightened policies towards energy and towards the environment. But well, we are in a world now in which everything points in the opposite direction. But then Marwil says, look, there are some possibilities that we could find a position of equilibrium in which, among the many that are possible in the model, that perhaps is not so bad. So my question goes to the three of you, but mainly to Marwil. Do you have, Marwil, a kind of some policy suggestion to how can we perhaps using public policy to pick the equilibrium that is not so destructive? Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. It's always amazing to hear your voice. Should
okay,
I?
We have.
Oh, that's another question.
We have,
okay.
If we have another question? No? Okay, you can answer.
Thank you for your comments. I think that the first point about ecological and equal exchange is a sort of a starting point, not to analyze in depth this kind of issue, because when you consider some ecological analysis, it's not possible to obtain neutral effect. No, because you know about rebound effect. That is only the starting point to say that there is a room, or there is a rationale for this kind of initiative about financial debt relief. But this awareness, with the awareness about the responsibility and the efficiency also for southern countries that have to transform the commitment, the financial commitment in the environmental commitment. This is the point that is connected with what Gabriel said about the altruistic or cooperation. It's very realistic in the sense that the other analysis that I had not time to present. I want to underline the fact that okay, the power is in the hand of the lenders. That how it's possible to convince lenders for a sort of debt relief. The only way is to say that you can reduce the risk debt risk of the borrowers by generate another kind of efforts, not efforts to reduce debt, but efforts to improve and to generate sustainable development that has a positive external effect also for the North. And this is the starting point is cooperation, but with the realism. Otherwise, the only altruism said, please, then some NGOs, for instance, there's a debate about this, underline that not for the global South is better to reduce all debt without any constraint, okay, any conditional. But this is very utopistic. Not in the more realistic to introduce new kinds of constraints, and in this case is constraint for sustainability. And you can also consider this kind of a relationship with global North and global South also for in Europe, and the mechanism in the say about the stability pact and so on. But this, I don't want to enlarge the discussion. Thank you. Okay, Marvil, please.
Thank you, Gabriel, for your question. And I would say that, at least from my point of view, I think the model I presented somehow complements or is in line with what Julia and Chiara presented before. And I say this, scale effect and group effects are a reality. So scale effects and group effects are responsible, at least in the context of the model, but I think there is a parallel there with reality, for creating these four coexisting equilibrium. But policy is very important in the direction of which equilibria, which attracting region will make it bigger or smaller. And what the model indicates is that an autonomous carbon tax, an autonomous carbon tax depends on international agreements, for example, international enforced agreements that incentivize cooperation between countries, a United Nations style of framework. So this carbon tax that doesn't respond to what domestic general public believes can increase the basis of attraction, can increase the attracting region of the good equilibrium. But then the model also points out that a carbon subsidy, and unfortunately that's what happens or frequently happens in developing countries. It subsidizes carbon, non-carbon neutral production techniques. A carbon subsidy can actually increase the size of the trap, makes achieving the good equilibrium very, very difficult. So the model highlights the need of international cooperation for the implementation of an autonomous carbon tax instead of subsidizing carbon. And this need of international cooperation is what I think aligns with the presentation of Julia and Chiara. Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin. Do we have any more questions from the audience? We have some time for one more room of questions. So I would like to make a question myself for Professor Oreiro. I have been listening to your presentation and trying to make connections to the other presentations. And what comes to mind is this new literature based on stock flow consistent models with ecological approach. So my question is, do you think there's room to apply your theoretical framework on some of these stock flow consistent, ecological stock flow consistent models? Yeah, your microphone is not.
Thanks for.
Now it's working.
Thanks for the question. Well, my paper was a very theoretical paper about an issue that I have a long-term interest, which is in Keynesian economics, but the essence of the debate between Keynes and the classics is how investment is to be financed and funded. So when we are thinking in terms of climate change or green finance, the same two-stage process applied, which means if you have a green investment project, you have to finance the investment project and then fund the investment project. So this model can be adapted easily to any kind of situation in which you have to finance some investment project. So the green finance will be for sure an issue that can be analyzed by this kind of theoretical framework. First, a green investment project have to assure the finance from commercial banks, and since this kind of investment had a much higher level of perceived uncertainty compared to brown investment projects, this means that the credit rationing for such kind of investments will be higher than the credit rationing for brown investments. So the first issue that we have to deal is how to make commercial banks to grant a higher portion of their loans to green investment projects. Okay, but the second stage of capital formation is funding. Finance is just get the money necessary to start an investment project. It does not make any difference if it is for a brown investment project or for a green investment project. But once you got the money necessary to start the investment project, then you have some time after to think to convert your short-term liabilities in long-term liabilities. Is where the capital markets enters in the picture. Firms need to sold corporate bonds in the capital markets in order to make the funding of their investment projects. Well, if you are talking about green investment projects, so the question is how to develop a market for corporate green bonds. And why this is a question? Because of uncertainty. If the finance stage of the green investment project deals with a lot of uncertainty, the funding stage is much more uncertain than the finance stage. So what are the instruments that the policymakers can use to stimulate the issue of green corporate bonds? I think that these questions are fundamental for the transition to a low carbon economy, and we can easily apply the finance investment funding saving framework in order to analyze this process of the finance funding of green investment projects, which will be of fundamental importance for a just green transition.
Great, thank you for your answer. Well, we have some time for one more question if there's some, but if we don't, this session is over. Thank you everyone for coming, and can't wait to see you tomorrow in the morning for our next day. Thank you everyone. Thank you, our online presenters. Sorry, we couldn't listen.
And I'm talking to Julio. Julio, take a wine for me.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. See you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ciao. Bye-bye.
I was reading our presentation there, and I was like, okay, he's connected online.
We have to know.
Yeah. Let me.